Thank you. Oh, interesting. My speaker was muted. That was weird. Okay, so friendly reminder to those online, directors and staff that would like to get on the speakers list, especially in board meetings, we have a lot of names and videos on. So if you could please use the chat and just put your name in chat so I don't miss your hands. Time-wise today, we do have a couple of delegations, really excited to have Columbia Basin Trust and Community Futures, as well as our housing report. So we'll do our breaks at the usual time, 10:30. Public time is at 11:45. Lunch is at noon. And should we still be in session, 2:30 will be our afternoon break. Angela, do you want to do roll call, or how are you doing on that?
Yeah, no, I have everyone on.
Okay. I'll lift this.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
It's okay, it's okay. I don't have a binder. It throws me off. It's fine. Okay, we ready to go? It's 9 o'clock. Sandy, are you on the line? I just want to make sure we've got you. Okay, they are second anyhow, so that's okay. We'll just watch for him to come on. All right. We will call the meeting to order. I acknowledge and respect the Indigenous people within whose traditional lands we are meeting today. Adoption of the agenda with the items listed there. Jackman, Page, any additions or changes? Checking them in first. Online, see, no. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Yeah, a quick note on the amount of late items, which was all over. It wasn't just directors, it was staff, it was all sorts of things, and I actually had to decline a few, but it was a lot this time. Doing our best. Adoption of the minutes from May. Thank you, Claire and Co. Jackman, any corrections? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. I see Sandy has joined. Do you want to just check your sound quickly there, Sandy?
Sure, how does that sound?
Yeah, we can hear you. Thank you so much. You'll be second. We have another delegation in front of you. I just want to make sure we had connection there. Stuart, you have some introductions. Do you want to go ahead?
Sure. So through the chair, 2 staff notices this month. Connie Norimatsu joins us on a permanent basis. If you recall, she replaced Travis Barrington on a temporary basis as Travis was on paternity leave. Travis has decided to move out of the area with his family, and we posted the position, and Connie won that competition. So we're very pleased to have her stick around. And Jason McDermott, who retired a couple of months ago as our water services manager, Chris Gainer moves into that position for building. So we'll be posting and recruiting for a new building manager as well. So a little bit of a domino effect there, but 2 shifts in our staff there. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, we're going to start with our delegations. We have Columbia Basin Trust with us today, Johnny and Jocelyn. So good to see you. Welcome. So you have a presentation. I'll watch our chat when you're done. I'll give you a little this when you're close to around 10 minutes, just to give you a heads up on timing. Floor is yours.
Great. Thank you. Well, thank you so much for having us. My name is Jocelyn Harper. I'm the chair of the board of directors of the Columbia Basin Trust. And Johnny, perhaps a familiar face. Johnny Scolaya, our president and CEO. Before we begin, I just wanted to take a moment to acknowledge and thank you for giving us first Chair Amy Watson to serve on the trust board, and now Mayor Susan Hewitt. We have grown as a board, as a community of people working on behalf of the basin, thanks to both of their contributions. I'm really excited to have Susan move forward with us. So the energy and opportunity, challenges, concerns of the regional district come forward to us through the person of the appointee, who then really contributes to looking at the basin as a whole and showing up as a director representing the whole basin. So thank you so much for the gift of their time and attention on the board. Okay, so we have a short presentation, and making sure that we have time for any questions or feedback you may have for us. we thought we would start a little bit, of course, talking about our Columbia Basin Management Plan. Click, maybe.
Yeah, can be closer. Oh,
No, it.
Can very well be user error here.
No, try again.
Which way should, which?
It goes to the right. I had someone who works in the IT sector once tell me about an acronym that they don't explain to their clients. It's called PICNIC. Have you ever heard of this?
No.
Problem in share, not.
Problem exists between keyboard and chair.
Yeah, problem exists between keyboard and chair.
We like our acronyms here.
Yeah,
Noted.
maybe I'm the chair in this case, we'll see. Well, I could speak a little bit to what's on the slide, so I don't slow us down.
Sure, go ahead, Jocelyn, yeah.
Okay, so,
Oh, there you go.
you are likely familiar with, what we call around our table, the CBMP, the Columbia Basin Management Plan, which is our version of a strategic plan. And this iteration of it is quite purposefully a longer term plan. So, to give us the time really to try new and different things and to see them more fully expressed over many years. So really planning for the long term, which is absolutely in keeping with the mandate of the trust. This particular CBMP was developed with significant public engagement. So over really a 12-month period, we visited 23 communities, including many of your own. We conducted online sessions, we had focus groups, and we wanted to share with you some of the themes that really have come up and some of our next steps for the management plan itself. But the teaser alert here is that there are a couple of very strong themes that came up in terms of the health and resilience of the basin as a whole. And we'll talk a little bit about how that's expressed itself. So our next slide here shows really, in addition to the Columbia Basin Management Plan, which is based significantly on consultation, as I just discussed. There are also guiding principles. Some of those really have to do with our legislation and our mandate and the history of the trust that's been enshrined in some of its key guiding documents. And some of it really came up during, or was, I would say, reinforced during the consultation. And those are the ones that you see here. So we just wanted to highlight those that are particularly woven in or demonstrable in the current CBMP. We reflect on these at the governance level. They're embedded then in the execution or the operationalization. That's a big word. I nailed it. Of the plan. So in how we develop and deliver the plan. But below the dotted line are trust roles. And this we are increasingly talking about and hearing about from basin residents and our partner organizations. Including yourselves, which is, though the trust has perhaps primarily been known as a funder, many trusts are, the Columbia Basin Trust really has evolved over time to play multiple roles that I would say now at the stage of evolution are arguably equal to or greater than, in terms of their potential and current impact, than that role as funder. So obviously we are an investor and steward. Our revenues come from our prudent investment and the proceeds from hydroelectric facilities that we co-own with the province. Stewarding that for future generations is obviously an increasingly complex and critical part of what we do. And the role of partner. So really fully expressing the trust work happens almost only in partnership with basin residents. We are a learning organization. Through many of our programs and initiatives, our staff have actually become incredible resources themselves with a depth of knowledge about the programs and initiatives they've overseen. And that has kind of led us also to be able to bring people together to further that research and development and knowledge collaboration. So that work is a convener and a source of information. So those roles are all very, very active now. I would say as active or greater than in terms of activity, the actual disbursement of funding. Okay. So as I mentioned, health and resilience. So Johnny sent me the raw data from the 12 months of input that we received. And anyway, it's a lot to try and bucket these things into themes of feedback, but it's very rewarding to see that in fact, aggregated, we can see some very, very strong themes. Obviously, as I mentioned, the management of the entity that is now the trust, this growing, significant, larger, more present in communities entity, maintaining that for future generations is a core function. The relationships, ensuring that our relationships with residents don't come at the cost of that growth and that complexity and that impact. You know, as organizations get bigger, they can lose contact. So really in reinvesting in relationship development to find and act on opportunities. Focusing on communities, really ensuring that all communities in the basin can participate in the work of the trust and be partners in it. With a specific emphasis as we are seeing in all of our work in climate change and how we respond and adapt to it. And the natural environment as the source of all of our health and well-being. How will we invest in the ability to create resilience in our natural environment so that that can again be taken advantage of, worked with in all of our communities and for our residents. So with that, I will pass it over to Johnny.
Okay, I'm gonna keep an eye on 2-minute warning. I might speed talk a little.
It's okay, Johnny.
Okay.
We'll be chatting.
Okay, in that case.
Yeah. Let me tell you a story.
So Jonathan did describe the new plan we have in place, and the natural question is sort of now what? And the now what is this current fiscal year. There's a lot of work happening at the staff level to develop new suites of programs and initiatives that align with that plan. And we do expect to continue with a number of programs, some of which have been quite long-standing, to continue those into the future. One example is the READY program, of course, in partnership with local governments. We expect that that will continue largely unchanged. There's other areas of our work where we may continue with a focus, but we might do things a little bit differently. Housing is an example where it will be a significant part of our efforts in communities, but we have some thoughts on how we could be more effective. And then there's a whole suite of new programs and initiatives that we are going to be developing. We expect to start talking more publicly about those as early this fall and encourage everybody to keep in touch with Columbia Basin Trust. There will be a series of announcements over the course of the next 6, 12, and 18 months that'll speak to, okay, here's the plan, now here's the specific programs, initiatives, partnerships that we intend to put in place to make sure that we're making an impactful, we are impactful in our community. So please just stay tuned. While all of this planning work was happening and all of the deliberative work that I just talked about was ongoing, keeping in mind, of course, we continue to do work in communities and in areas such as wildfire and childcare and in housing and community development. The next 3 slides just show some of the examples in the RD region of really some of the terrific work that is happening in communities. And I will say, alongside these examples that I have here, as Jocelyn mentioned earlier, it's not always well known that there's work that the trust does or partners in communities that are not delivered benefits as we typically describe them. And we've got a terrific example here in Nelson, the redevelopment of the Mount St. Francis site. That's a partnership we entered into with a private sector partner in response to an Interior Health call for proposals to redevelop that site. And that project is expected to be substantially complete this fall. But that's an investment for Columbia Basin Trust. That was not a grant. We actually purchased and will develop that property and lease it back to Interior Health, use those rent proceeds over time to generate revenue that will allow us to do more good work in communities. Another example that I might share that isn't on here that is very visible is the grain elevators in Creston. So 2 iconic heritage assets in the community. A significant amount of work, a very significant amount of work was done on what's become known as the red elevator. And we're really quite proud of what's been achieved there. And now attention has to turn to the white, which may not have the same future as the red, but preserving that heritage asset was really important in communities, in that particular community. I also want to take this opportunity to just remind Columbia Basin Trust is a self-sustaining organization. All the dollars that we generate to support all the good work happening in communities has to come from our investments. The most significant portion of which is our investment in hydroelectric projects, in fact, 4 here in the region. These are incredibly complex arrangements that we have in partnerships And at the end of the day, they're big machines. And from time to time, big machines have problems. And we're experiencing one of those problems at this very moment at Arrow Lakes Generating Station, which is on the Columbia River, just sort of north of Castlegar. There's 2 generating units in that hydroelectric facility. One has encountered some very significant issues. We expect that that turbine will not be spinning until the earliest, the end of this calendar year. And that has very, very significant financial implications. It is possible through the work that we're doing with our insurer that a significant portion of those costs and lost revenue will be indemnified, but it's equally possible at this point it's not. And if it is not, it means that Columbia Basin Trust will have to take a very hard look at programs and initiatives in at least the current fiscal year and potentially have to make some difficult decisions. So I'm sharing this not to sound alarmist, but I'm sharing it to just remind at the end of the day, the revenue that we generate has to come from these projects and other investments. And from time to time, we will encounter these types of challenges. We will work through them. We'll work through them prudently, but it could mean on occasion that we do have to take a hard look at programs and initiatives. Jocelyn talked a little bit at the opening about the different ways Columbia Basin Trust works in communities. And I really just want to offer thanks to all of you, both as leaders around this table and in your communities. Really with local governments, we partner in many different ways, not just as a funder. The slide is intended to draw this out. We work very well as delivery partners for the READY program, as I mentioned earlier. There are co-funding opportunities and projects that come up in communities. A few examples are identified in the slides. We have asked from time to time for support from local government for projects we're leading, and broadband is an example of that. And then a little bit more technical, working together in things like gaining statutory rights of way and other things for broadband is another example. And then finally, maybe I'll close by just asking if there are any questions about Columbia Basin Trust, work that's happening either around this table in your communities. Please don't feel you need to go to the website and try to investigate whether or not there's a way to work with the trust or whether there's alignment. Give us a call. I call myself. I've identified other staff here on the slide as well. And let's talk about it. Let's see if there are things that we can do together. Because ultimately, at the end of the day, I'm sure we all have a shared interest in making sure our communities continue to be the absolute amazing places that they are. So with that, I made it without getting the warning. Thank you for
No problem.
I'm happy to respond to any questions.
Sure, we have Papa, Jackman, and Maine in the room. Papa, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. First a comment and then a question. Your community liaison person is probably the most important person that you have in a community. I get a lot of questions from residents. How do I apply for this grant? I use your community person there. And it's a valuable asset for Columbia Basin Trust and for the elected directors in rural areas primarily. So the question that was asked by one of my residents is there any revenue going to be generated from the backbone cable and the fiber to the home? And if there is revenue generated, where does that revenue go? Is it going to be available to, well, I'll let you answer that question.
Sure.
Go ahead, yeah.
So just with respect to community liaisons, thank you, Director Papa, for that. As part of the feedback we received when we were renewing our strategic plan was very much a similar comment. And in fact, we've grown our community liaison group to be 5 individuals. We only had 3 in the past to cover the entirety of the Columbia Basin region. Size of Austria, there was only 3. We've in fact expanded that group to 5 for much of the same reason. The rationale, what you described. So I would say I would generalize the comments on all of the trust investment in broadband infrastructure around the region. The intent is to make it available to internet service providers who will ultimately bring the service to somebody's home. We built the highway, they're the delivery trucks that are going to bring the product to people's homes. So the revenue that we generate will come from making that fiber available to internet service providers. That revenue then has to be used within our broadband initiatives to obviously pay the cost of owning, maintaining, and reinvesting in that infrastructure. So that's where that revenue would largely go. I will say, and we've been very public about this, the Columbia Basin Trust does not generate anywhere near the revenue required to support the broadband initiative. It is not self-sustaining to the tune of a couple $1 million a year net negative. So it's still quite a distance to go before we can expect to be breaking even. Does that answer the question?
Yeah, it sure does. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Jackman.
Yeah, thank you, and through the chair, always good to hear an update. And I did want to talk about people, because you just mentioned, 5 community liaisons, this says 4. First, a little bit of a comment. You remember, Johnny, as CFO, you almost apologetically would identify the administrative or overhead component of your organization. And I said, no, that is service, that's not overhead, because those people are the ones who came to talk to us, to educate us for what can happen, what supports can we get, and they still do. And I find more and more people are not asking me how to get in touch with the trust. They know the community halls, different organizations, they know who to go to. What would help in question, could you, and especially since I only see 4 to 5 names on the one slide, could you give us a map, one page that I could print off and give to people and say, if you live here, here's who you talk to, because it's not only my constituents who come up to me and say, hey, I want to learn about this. It's such a simple tool. If you could produce that with the most current sort of geographic breakdown, knowing you always have overlaps, you still have to do overlaps.
Yeah.
The short answer is yes, but not yet. So you only see 4 names. We are recruiting for a 5th at this very moment, and that person will sort of be in the golden area. And we are very close to having the new map identified, and we will absolutely have that on our website, and it'll be available publicly. The intent is to not really have overlap, so there isn't confusion, and it's also good for our staff to have a primary area of responsibility. So if you can hang on for maybe about another month or so, we should have that nailed down.
Director May.
Thank you. Welcome. Hi, both of you. My question has to do with your programs around housing. So this will segue into the next presenter as well. Both the provincial and federal rental protection programs components require that these investments be for multi-apartment structures. The smaller communities don't have apartment buildings. So what I wonder is, does CBT see any role in bridging that gap, even on an advocacy basis? We need advocates we can get to speak to both the provincial and federal programs that say, oh, no, this is just a duplex. You need to have 4 units or more.
So I think that's a great question, and it actually is a pragmatic example of what I touched on just very briefly in my remarks. So one of the areas that we expect to be refining our historic approach is in housing, and largely we have partnered with other government agencies in housing developments, and it works extremely well in our larger communities. Where it does tend to fail or not meet expectation is in the smaller communities and more rural areas. Subject to final board approval. We expect to be pivoting a little bit, Dr. Main, where the trust will take a leadership role in developing projects in smaller communities that may not be in partnership with, or at least not in partnership in the same way with other levels of government, where the trust actually might be the developer. It might be the trust and staff team that develops the proposal in partnership with the community and develops ultimately what makes sense, looks to bring in funding from other sources. That's the only way I think some of these things might get done. And so they might be very small. There's no restrictions, perhaps single unit, perhaps duplex, it's going to depend on what's needed in the community. But we've identified a very similar, although you've described it much more succinctly.
Thank you.
Can I add one thing to that, which is part of what you're speaking to is something that has been a priority conversation around the board table, which is how do we do our work through an equity lens, essentially? How do we make sure that smaller communities and more rural areas have access and know how to use and take advantage of partnership opportunities, funds available, et cetera. And what Johnny is talking about is an excellent example of the opportunity when you have expert, well-resourced staff, that they can actually start to play a role that, I don't know, maybe 10 years ago, we didn't have this level of staff experience and expertise, but we do now. And so we're actually more able to ensure that the work we do benefits communities who may not have the same level of expertise. So it's a real commitment, and we've heard it a lot during consultation and are very excited to make it.
Thank you.
Thank you. I do see Paige on the list, but we are well over time and we have another presentation regarding housing. So can we flag your question for follow-up after? Paige?
Sure.
Thank you. I wanted to thank you both. Being on the board was actually, I miss you guys putting, not actually, you should know I miss you very much. It was a great board to work with. It was very different from the way we operate, but it was such a great experience to see how things work within a self-investing entity. Way different than taxation, so big learning curve, but really amazing. So I miss you guys. I'm so glad you have Director Hewitt. On the housing front, I'll just add that that's really interesting, and I think the biggest flag for myself and the board is really we don't have the servicing that's conventional in most housing funding. So if I can encourage CBT to be as creative as possible in those areas where servicing is very limited, and see how you can fill in those gaps, that would be my input. So thanks, and if you want to stick around, we have a housing presentation. So Keith, go ahead. It's fine. Go ahead.
Just send me your question.
Yeah. You want the question?
Go ahead.
I'm gonna go ahead. So the on the housing front, speaking to the equity, we obviously understand getting into servicing a lot and being the sole developer removes a lot of barriers, but I'm wondering about the opportunity for equity building within the projects themselves. Is the trust looking at both projects that can be developed and provide affordable housing, but also different models of housing, co-op housing where the tenants, the residents, the people that are participating in ending up are now actually building their own equity?
So yes, there is a recent example, a Habitat for Humanity example, which I think fits in what you're generally describing. There is an example in Castle Garden. There's a couple projects that I can't speak about just yet, that they tabled with us. So those are examples. Co-op housing is really interesting. You know, it seems like there's a lot of initiative at the federal level to try to incent the development. I think there's just a recent announcement. For reasons that are unclear to me, we seem to have trouble getting them off the ground. So, and I can't give a good reason for that, Keith. At this point, we have to do a bit more digging, but we have turned our mind to it. We just haven't seen a proposal come up in a community that is developed under that model. It does seem that most fall under the conventional BC housing type structure, multi-unit rental, affordable rental type model. So, yeah.
Conversation to, that's a good one to follow up on for sure.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Jocelyn and Ani. Thanks. And now we'll welcome Community Futures and no, that's Tom from Chamber of Commerce. Thank you. So many organizations. Welcome, Tom. And Sandy, we've got you online as well, and the presentation is just about to share. Well, whoever would like to start, go ahead. Welcome back.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll kick us off. So we're back again. I think as all of you have heard, the Nelson and Area Economic Development Partnership, which Tom and I are here representing, engaged Macola Development Services to research the concept of creating a greater Nelson housing entity. So now we've come to the end of that research. We've been through 3 phases. And so Sandy from Macola is here today, and he's going to summarize the recommendations that came out of that research, the tools and resources that have been created, and also highlight a couple of decision points for local government. Because we're at a place in the research where, you know, it's time to make a decision of, do we want to move ahead with some of these pieces? Do we want to hold on to some of this research? And so I think the NAEDP is looking to finalize this study, present it back to the funders, and look for some direction in terms of where you want to go from here. So with that, I'll turn it over to Sandy, who I think is online.
Great.
Welcome.
Thanks,
Sandy.
Andrea. Just confirming everyone can hear me and the screen is shared. Great, seeing
We
some
can hear you.
nods.
Yeah.
Perfect.
you.
Okay. Well, thanks so much for having me back. It is always wonderful to appear in front of your board, and I believe this is the 3rd time we've come before you with an update on this project. So hopefully some of this is a little bit of a repeat, but for those of you who may not remember the first couple of times, we'll go over all 3 phases in this presentation. So our objectives through this study were to explore strategies and tools to facilitate non-market affordable housing in the greater Nelson area. There was also a goal of assessing the need for a local government supported housing entity, often referred to as a housing authority or corporation. And there was a focus in this study on housing options that meet the needs of moderate income working families and individuals. Often this is called workforce housing. Workforce housing doesn't necessarily mean that it is tied to an employer. Quite the opposite. It's more tied to folks who earn around the middle income areas in our community. So folks who are working full-time, part-time, who need an affordable housing option. Phase 1, which we delivered in spring of last year, included a report with descriptions of the relevant models, key elements of each model, and different pros and cons of each approach. Some of you may remember we highlighted models in terms of the communities that were putting them in place. For example, the Tofino model, the Whistler model, the Revelstoke model, and I think there was one other one there. Our recommendation was to proceed with, at that time, was to proceed with more research, especially in the short term, on the Revelstoke model, which seemed the most appropriate for your context and circumstances. That is expanding formal local government support for non-market developers and operators that already exist in the community. There was also on the table at that point a second recommendation, which is in the longer term, so over the longer term thinking beyond 2 to 3 years, exploring a housing entity to lead new development. What could that look like? What partners would be involved? What's the cost and things associated with that? Phase 2 went through April of 2023 through to August of that year. It included some really significant education and visioning sessions, some interviews with established local providers, and as well with nonprofit housing societies. This was really enlightening for everyone on our team. It really put a lot of things into perspective. And I think one unexpected piece that came out of this work was the connection between nonprofit operators in Nelson, the city of Nelson, the RDCK, and Andrea and Tom, who were kind of leading the charge from the NADP, became very strong. And we saw over the course of these meetings, those nonprofit operators in your communities really recommit to developing new non-market affordable housing in Greater Nelson. And that was really exciting because it simplified our recommendation in the final phase of this study. So the recommendation then became very clearly identify and partner with nonprofit operators in Greater Nelson to develop non-market affordable rental housing, directly support the nonprofits by providing 1, suitable land, and 2, pre-development funding. Pre-development funding I'll touch on in a second, but suitable land is one of the key assets that local governments can provide to nonprofit operators that make their projects viable. Free or low-cost land, either through an actual transfer of ownership title or through a long-term lease, is one of the things that gets a project off the ground. In the long term, we do still recommend keeping a municipal housing development corporation model in your back pocket. It would facilitate the development of non-market affordable or workforce housing units. It would not be operating those units itself. So would act more as a land steward and development partner, transferring ownership to established nonprofit operators. Again, I think especially in the context of Greater Nelson, this option should only be explored if the capacity of existing nonprofits shifts, if they no longer want to take on the burden of leading development, then something can step in. But in the short term, and certainly in the foreseeable future, the model that you have in Greater Nelson is working well. It just needs to be supported with additional assets from local government. Phase 3, which lasted basically for all of this year until now, we actually developed some actionable items that you can use to kind of push these places forward. So the first was a pre-development action plan. The pre-development, as I said, is one of the key items that you can support for nonprofits. Essentially, this action plan provides a high-level overview of the pre-development process for non-market affordable housing, and it was developed in partnership with nonprofit operators. It is a guide to what are the different steps you need to take to make a project go from an idea to essentially fundable by a senior agency. I just presented this at the NAEDP for their review yesterday, and a great conversation happened around, the cost per square foot of development is so high. It is really not feasible to be building market housing that is affordable for middle income earners anymore. So what we need is partners to help us bring that affordability down. There is sometimes a misconception that when we talk about affordable housing, we're only talking about affordable housing in terms of like deep affordability for folks who maybe are unable to work or have a pre-existing mental health or other challenge that they're trying to overcome. Affordable housing is now more than ever for everyone. It is for people earning $70,000, $80,000 a year as a household, sometimes more, depending on the composition of their household. And we really do need those senior funders to come to the table if we are going to make housing that's appropriate for those folks in our community. And a pre-development plan and getting those projects from idea to a fundable project is something where you can be a huge help to your local nonprofits. So that's one of the resources we created. The others included a regional housing service bylaw memo, which we can touch on in more detail. Expression of interest template for nonprofit operators. If you are going to partner with nonprofits, you need a fair and transparent way of selecting a nonprofit operator to work with. We included also a request for proposal template for development consultants. Development consultants are one of the key people on your team. They help prioritize different actions within pre-development. They help manage construction contracts. They help navigate all of the different stacked funding options through both, federal and provincial funders for projects. But you need to have a fair and transparent way of selecting that person. We developed different templates for one, a land disposal policy, and then two, a memorandum of understanding to dispose of land to a nonprofit operator in your community. So all of those tools are now available to you. I'll touch more specifically on the regional housing service bylaw because it is specific to you as elected officials at the RDCK level. A regional housing service is effectively a way of generating ongoing revenue stream to support housing activities in your communities. It has been explored by a number of different regional districts across British Columbia, including 3 here on the island, the Capital Regional Housing, or the Capital Regional District, which is a much different sort of circumstance than you are, but also the Comox Valley and the Cowichan Valley both have housing services that they have established, which allows them to tax directly for the purposes of housing activities. We're not recommending at this point that you implement a regional housing service. However, we are including it as an option for review and discussion because it is a very viable tool for creating an ongoing revenue stream that will allow you to fund housing activities. As we spoke about in your last presentation, obviously, there are concerns around the equitable distribution of that money if you are collecting it, and how is it being collected from your community members, and then going to support housing options that will support all community members, not just those in major centers, but it is there and for you, and I think worthy of consideration. Pre-development, we can touch on this very briefly, but this is in the guide that is included in your package, I believe. Securing startup funding is a really critical part of pre-development. Feasibility studies, including site due diligence, like in geotechnical assessments and environmental site assessments. Those let you know if your ground that you've maybe been given for free is actually appropriate for delivering. Included in this is a zoning analysis, which speaks to Director Watson's point about servicing. Not all land is actually free, even though it comes to you at no cost. That doesn't mean that it is appropriate for development, and you may have to do a ton of work to bring it up to a place where it can be developed. Identifying critical partnerships, full concept development, financial viability. These projects need to have a viable financial model in order to be funded. Securing land in principle, that's the legal agreement to transfer land. Design, so that's an architect and all of the different design specialists that you need to take it from an idea to an actual concept that is buildable. Full construction costing, and local government approvals. These are all part of the pre-development action process. And it is one of the places where nonprofits lack critical upfront dollars to get them through this process. This can cost, some cases, more than $250,000, in other cases less. And there are partners available like the CBT who can help support some of these actions. But it is a place where we're seeing local government be intervening with greater frequency and being incredibly effective with the dollars they do spend. So it's the kind of lower cost, higher impact way to get projects off the ground. So key takeaways: continue to work closely with your nonprofit housing sector. Your staff, both at the RDCK and at the City of Nelson, were key people on this project. You had members of both that sat on our project steering committee. And I know that they are working with your nonprofit operators, but it's important to keep those relationships strong. This would avoid duplication of resources, avoid negative community perception that can come. And then finally, non-market housing entities take a significant time and resources to set up. In our research, very, very few housing corporations were set up without substantial resources. And I think that at this point, given what we know about Greater Nelson, the most effective use of your resources are to support nonprofits through land and pre-development funding. That will get units built quicker without additional sort of administrative overhead and duplication of resources that are already being done really well within the Greater Nelson area. So recommended next steps for the RDCK in particular: directing staff to explore a regional housing service bylaw, probably through the alternative approvals process. In the memo that we've included in your package, there's a fairly good write-up of what that would entail. But I will leave that to you for another day and greater discussion. But as you're thinking about budgeting for the 2025 year, which will come soon, it's good to start thinking about these things and how you want to be exploring something like regional housing service bylaw. Okay, and I think I will leave this last slide for Andrea just to talk a bit more about how the NAEDP can support the RDCK through these processes.
Thanks, Andy. Yeah, so I just wanted to touch on, where things are moving forward and where things are at decision points. So the RDCK has directed staff to inventory suitable land for workforce housing. So that's fantastic that that work's moving forward. So if this board wants to take that a step further, you could look at developing a land disposal process to support that. As Sandy mentioned, another thing to look at would be creating a financial mechanism to facilitate pre-development work. We are doing a bit of a test of that. So the NAEDP allocated $5,000 each to Nelson Cares and Shared Housing to see what they can do with that. So they've actually gone back to the city, they've doubled it. I think they're going to be going to Columbia Basin Trust. So we're kind of testing if we put some seed funding into pre-development funding, what does that ultimately result in? As mentioned, in Nelson, we have some nonprofit operators with capacity. I don't know if that's necessarily the case throughout the RDCK. So I think that's something to think about is where is their capacity and where isn't there? And it's great to hear that the trust is looking at, those smaller communities could really use some help with some of this. And then on a longer term basis, so we had hoped to go further with developing a business plan to create a Greater Nelson Housing Corporation. We didn't secure the funding to do that, so that's on hold. But if that's something that you would like to see explored, please come talk to the NAEDP about that, and we can look at that. And then this is kind of my personal perspective is, I think from conversations at this table, the idea that, maybe it makes more sense for us to be looking at this regionally. For one community to break even with a housing corporation is going to take a really long time. If it was multiple communities or an entire regional district, I think it's much more realistic that we would get to break even at some point. So I wanted to leave that with you as well. And then, finally, so from the Nelson and Area Economic Development Partnership, we probably spent about 1.5 years working on this. We are going to continue to work with the nonprofit operators in Nelson that are working to apply for CHF funding this upcoming winter. But at this stage, we're going to park this work and look for further direction from local government in terms of where you would like us to go.
Thank you. We're at time, but I'll take 1 or 2 questions. We have another item on the agenda where you can get into the potential business of this. We won't do that at this time. But are there any questions for the delegation? Kaboom, go ahead.
It's more of a comment than a question. As you can know, at present, we are developing a municipal housing corporation. And the idea of going regional is very appealing because of the shared services that we could have in this would be beneficial to everybody. We're looking at perhaps hiring some sort of CEO or director. And again, I would prefer if we could do that regionally to share the capacity to do that and also the cost of doing that. So I encourage us here as a board to consider that. And hopefully we can come together and do it that way.
Thank you. Can I respond to that?
Yes, go ahead.
Had a great call with your CAO a couple weeks ago. Super impressed with what's moving forward in Creston and the speed with which it's moved forward. So it's definitely inspired me to say, let's stop studying and let's get going on this. So congrats on the great work that's being done there.
Here.
Thank you. All right, we're out of time, Dr. Papa. Can you just reach out to them and we will have another discussion item later on the agenda. Thank you so much, Tom and Andrea. Always good to see you. Thank you, Sandy. Have a good day.
Thanks all. So long.
Thank you, Sandy.
Nice work, guys.
Okay, folks, we're going to keep moving along. We are on item 3.1.
We just have a second to
To sit down.
over.
Yeah.
Get relocated.
No. I allow the delegations extra time, so I'm a little pressed for time if you want to.
Pick up the pace.
Pick up the pace. There we go. Let's go. The next item is pretty simple. I'm gonna go to Director Grant.
Thank you for this motion. I just wanted to say thank you to Director Jackman for his help with Rec 10. And also to the staff, to Joe, especially in helping us with the budget that we now have that is sustainable to be funded with grants. And I know I ruffled a few feathers here, but this worked out great. And we have a new society called West Shore Leisure Advancement that is providing Area E with a community calendar and moving forward some projects. So we ended up with the best of both worlds. So with that being said, that the board appoint the following individuals to the Commission of Area E, Proctor, Harrop, Valford, Queens Bay Recreation Commission number 10 for a period to end December 31st, 2025. Ken Paltner, Ellen Schmidt, Lenora Treneman, Janet Schultz, Aaron Christopherson, Dan Rye, and Ashley Beanstrutt as the alternate. And further, that the board send a letter to the outgoing members, Bill McPherson and Jenny Hyde, thanking them for their service.
Do we have a second? Thank you. Discussion? Good work. Ruffling feathers is sometimes our job. It's okay. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you very much. 3.2, Director's Code of Conduct. So Mike is away right now, but if we have questions, we can talk to Stuart. The premise of what we're going to do with this one is we are directing staff to bring forward a draft code of conduct policy. You see all the things listed that they will explore including in that. This does not mean it's definitely included. It's still going to come back to you as a full review. I believe there's a timeline in the report as well, so there's still lots of time to provide input. At this time, what we'll be looking for is any general questions, and then also if there's additional things you want to be included in that draft, that would be the other thing we'd be adding to the motion page. Go ahead.
Succinctly would be around remote meetings, attendances, behaviors, recordings, everything that goes with electronic meetings.
So that was part of the report, the things that will be included.
I didn't see that in the list of bullet points, but it might be in the report.
Oh, sorry, it's actually in the procedures bylaw.
So the chair, you're speaking to behavior specifically around remote meeting and virtual attendance. Yeah, that's not specifically contemplated in the procedures bylaw. Yeah, procedures bylaw is around process for attending and connectivity, but not behavior. So we can definitely note that.
So noted on that one.
Thank you.
Sorry, I had McLaren Co. and then Jackman.
Thanks, Chair. This might kind of straddle the line between procedure and what the CEO was talking about, but I don't see a provision in there for attendance at meetings or expectations around attendance or alternates attendance at meetings. Because sometimes nobody shows up.
So through the chair, that would be procedure bylaw, if you'd like us to include something. Yeah.
There is also requirements under the LGA in terms of consecutive missing meetings, then there are triggers. But you know, 1 or 2 are not consecutive, that is where it gets a little muddled, but it is addressed procedures bylaw wise. Jackman.
Thank you. It's kind of covered under, mechanisms and procedures for receiving, investigating, and resolving complaints or issues, I guess, in general, but I don't want it to be too internalized necessarily. It's a lot of burden in some cases where some things hard to manage internally. So I want to make sure that there is a focus on exploring a shared integrity commissioner. I know East Kootenay has supported this, had lots of conversations with Brock over the years. At LG, we discussed this. So I hope that will be a focus to bring back, because of the cost of going outside for some kind of quasi judicial review, that will be included in this review.
So that it is a good question to clarify, because code of conduct would not necessarily instigate an external entity that would be doing that, but it's a part of what we have to manage through code of conduct. So where does that land, Stuart?
The fourth bullet, we want to do it.
Yeah, through the chair, we could definitely explore how we could build an integrity commissioner into it in terms of how we refer complaints to an external individual. Yeah.
Okay. And that would
We
include
share that resource so that we're not taking up.
include networking with other regional guard, 2 side neighbors. Director Hewitt. My turn.
Thank you. Through the chair, I don't see anything regarding expectations in dealing with members of other orders of government. Because I think we're reflecting board, when we're dealing with them, whether they be, provincial or federal, ministers. I think we should always conduct ourselves like that. So whether it expressly has to go in there, I didn't see anything that might capture that.
So through the chair, you're talking about behavior in a minister meeting at UBCM or something like that,
Or you might, sorry, through the
Yeah,
chair,
no, no.
you know, if you're at an opening or something where, either an MLA or an MP is present and you are seeing you there representing your local government or the, RDCK, and regardless of your feelings for them, you should still, for that party, you should always conduct yourself appropriately.
Yep.
That's just a thought.
I would hope it's a good catch, but I would hope that when we speak about the integrity and the respect in which we carry, that follows through in all activities related to your elected position. So whether that's with, you know, MLAs or MPs or the general public or whatnot, I mean, if you're grocery shopping and your hat's off, I'm not gonna pay attention.
Yeah.
But I would hope that integrity carries through in all those aspects. So we don't have a motion on the floor. We do have a couple of additions that have been made or clarified, so we can move it as amended. Keith, thank you. Sorry, Paige. Pop off. Further discussion? Checking online. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Good work, folks. Okay, 3.3 and 3.4 will be coming back to us. Yep, okay. Vandenberg?
Next question on, I believe it's 3.3. Why is that being pushed again on the CKIS? Am I in the right spot?
Yes, go
yeah,
ahead.
through the chair. So that report was referred from the March meeting originally. And when it came back in April, since the budget was passed, we had no budget for the amount that was requested by staff. So I've asked them to look into where the funding might come from, because there's currently no budget for it, because it wasn't included in the 2024 budget.
Okay.
So it'll come back to us.
What it was. Sorry. And if I supplemental, so any further meetings from the task group cannot occur until that is resolved. So we're kind of waiting.
Through the chair, yes, it's kind of on pause. The work that's being done on our lands, which is a separate project, continues. This support for the general program would be paused for now.
Well, just to clarify though, there was a task group we appointed members of the board to. That should not pause, because this request is specifically related to a new initiative. So I think if we can just reach out to staff to clarify that.
Well, that involves bringing in Lori as well, because that's her understanding.
So just have staff follow up. Okay, that.
Yep.
Thank you. Committees and commissions for information, you've seen all of those. Quick note, just on when we do the amendment to the procedures bylaw, these are the kind of things that we'll see in the consent agenda. I'm looking at Dr. Page because you brought that forward quick some time ago. And Jackman, sorry, acknowledging everybody. That these kind of things would be all one motion so that we'll be a little quicker on things. So I'm going to keep moving, but just apply that would be part of the consent agenda. Okay. With recommendations, Ryan Commission, go ahead, Jackman.
And segue to that point, these have to be separate because different voting ways. So all vote because it has this much impact on the financial plan. I move the board approve the sticker price for refuse bags and service S209 be increased to $3.50 a bag.
Second. Thank you. Discussion.
Chair, they add $1,000 to the budget. Might not.
Oh, well, you're a little, I thought that was a bit too much. All those in favor? Opposed, carried, and your next motion, go ahead.
Second recommendation is to thank Commissioner Tom Wilkinson for service in the commission.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Dr. Page. Discussion. All those in favor? Opposed, carried. This next motion, 4.2.2, just a quick note for you. We will be including in this letter, we talked at the emergency executive, and John Jackson was already well aware of the opportunity to use this advocacy to also address the tax rebate disparity between volunteer firefighters and search and rescue and first responders. And so we will be including that, in emergency support services. So looking at including advocacy that says there could also be other incentives to support that recruitment. So we will include that in the letter. I just wanted you to know that. Motion or questions? Go ahead.
Question, well, more of a statement.
Yes.
I did raise that in the BC caucus meeting about emergency social services being included in that volunteer tax credit
That's what I
as
thought.
an
Thank you.
opportunity.
Nice work.
So I will move the motion.
Second. Thank you. Main discussion. Devin.
Just a question of clarity. What exactly are we defining as requesting their help? I've heard some of it here, but is there a definition for that? Is it financial help? Is it exactly what does it mean to request their help?
I could answer them. I don't see John on the line. Dan saying, are you on the line? Oh, hi, Dan. Go ahead. Did you hear the question?
Through the chair, yes, thank you. In asking for help, there's an opportunity from a provincial standpoint to be able to provide us with various media related for social media posts, or also templates and frameworks to be able to just leverage the provincial kind of horsepower that they have to be able to support us to get more volunteers, and also for retention. And then the opportunity, as was brought up, to explore that tax credit piece, which is something that we can't do directly. So that's the general idea. So general support from a media standpoint, particularly in that tax credit piece.
Good. Thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And just a quick admin thing, we've got direct messages occurring up on that thing. Do you have the mouse?
It was probably me just saying.
Yeah, it's all good. I just wanted to take that down. Thanks. Okay, 4.2.3 West Kootenay Transit Committee. Director or Popoff or Vandenberg, go ahead, Popoff.
I'm going to move the recommendation, just a clarification on the recommendation.
Hold on, if you're going to move it, let's get a second.
Second for
Okay, go ahead.
Discussion, a clarification on the recommendation. It said designate the board chair. Is that the regional district board chair?
Yes.
Thank you.
Jackman, oh, sorry, Vandenberg, and then Jackman.
Just clarity around this. I understand the intent and I don't disagree with the purpose. But I will point out that we are in an election year, so I don't know how successful that's going to be. Perhaps meeting with the support staff is the way to go. And secondly, we have a transit values interview that's being conducted right now. This messaging will encompass and wrap in all of RDCK, including my area and sub-region. Our values are a little bit different out in our area, so I guess I'm very sensitive to what the intended outcomes of the messaging will be in this regard, going forward and representing us as a whole, particularly when I'm very interested to hear the results of the interview first. Just a comment.
Thank you. Well, if the meeting is accepted, first of all of our meetings are going to be under the guise of it's an election year. So it's always a bit of a tricky time to be advocating. But following up with staff is generally what our staff will do to ensure whatever we're bringing forward to the province at this time is carried through, no matter who's reelected. But it's a good point. In terms of the transit value study and then meeting with UBCM as the representative who would be going on your behalf, we should see the results of that study before that meeting. So I would be sure to be representing that and then coordinating with, it's actually the city of Nelson who would be leading that meeting. So I'd be coordinating with them in advance to make sure we're not going in different directions with our messaging. So that'd be part of my job.
Thank you.
Jackman.
Thank you. So you might have partly answered one of my questions. Maybe in contrast to my colleague, I don't completely understand the intent of this. Because small communities, this is a small community right here. Windmill is also a small community, as is Silverton, so it's. I'd like to see the briefing note. So to confirm, is Nelson going to prepare the briefing note and send that in and maybe through the CAO? Is that due June 30th? And do we get to see it? Because then I would better understand the intent. That's, I guess, part one.
Through the chair, right now, the expectation is the city of Nelson would make the meeting and we could follow up. Probably, because I'm not sure who would prepare that,
Can I have,
whether that might be our staff as well, supporting.
so Director Lockwood wanted to speak as a representative on the committee.
Sure.
So can I allow her and then
Absolutely.
go ahead, Lockwood?
Okay, so, that, all of those concerns were discussed at the committee about election year, and when we say that it's the city of Nelson, it's only because our chair for that committee is one of the city councilors. So that was the confusion of where this motion would sit in the first place, but the motion is about how do we, what is the provincial government looking at? Because we can't get, in the province of BC, we can't have that connection with the federal government because we do it differently. We do it under BC Transit. So they're the ones that have to give us the funding, and they're the ones that get the funding from the federal government. So this is to be able to give more of a push on how are you going to make sure that rural areas, as a small area, is actually increasing in transit instead of it just focusing on areas that are just always getting overloaded. That's all we're doing, is we're fixing the overloaded and not expanding to outside of that. How are we gonna do that? So when we have, if we get a ministry meeting, the staff is there and they're going to focus it more to the staff, and hopefully whoever gets in, that we bring it up again, obviously the next year, because this year really, for all of our requests is really, not for sure for anything, so.
So I'll come back to you. Can you put Newell on the list, please?
So then the second part is I'm very concerned about missed opportunity. I love what I've seen in Kootenay West Transit and cohesiveness, amalgamating of schedules, fees, everything like that, sharing buses, right bus on the group type thing. But we're facing with our 1,000-hour expansion request, which has been approved, buying one and then maybe two more buses to get that expansion, say to Kootenay Bay. And I'm worried we're gonna lose the opportunity to get our foot in the door to get maybe someone else to pay for those buses, because it'll be overwhelmed by a request of these bigger systems that have really been successful and have potential for far more growth than we have. But we're not growing our transit system for volume, we're growing our transit system for social needs. So I'd like to see the briefing note, what the focus is, what the eligibility is, if say there's a few little $250,000 kicked out here and there, buy us a bus for Crested Valley Transit, soften the blow, because it will be at great expense to fill those social needs, people who can't or won't drive in our areas, and I don't want us to miss the boat. So briefing notes, results of survey, some kind of input before you sit down would be great.
Thank you. Can I request Director Jackman or anyone else that has those kind of very specific aspects, if you can send those to me in email, just so I take notes in the meeting, but catch them all. Just a note to welcome Director Lund. Can you hear us okay?
Hello, yes, I can.
Okay, great. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you.
Can someone remind me this motion is on the table, right?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Newell, go ahead.
Yes, through the chair to Director Lockwood, who moved at the meeting that staff present West Kootenay Transit expansion initiatives to boards and council for consideration. So we're going to see some presentation or something at some future time about the expansion plans. It was on page whatever 5 of the meeting notes. Anyway, there's expansion and it looks like they're gonna present to us.
I would suggest we have a motion on the floor specific to a meeting.
Yeah, okay, fair enough.
We have a meeting next
No,
week
I'll
with
ask.
West
That's
Transit.
okay. I'll do it offline.
If there is something to follow up on, let's make sure it's on
Yeah.
next week's agenda.
Yeah.
Good job. Anyone else? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Director Lund, I'm sorry, I should have told you, we're on item 4.2.4. And who would like to make that motion? Paige, go ahead.
This is very important mention that the board approved the Nelson and District Arts Council proposal to have a mural on the portion of the east facing wall of the Nelson and District Community Complex.
Do we have a second? Thank you, Maine. Discussion? Murals are the thing. They're pretty fun. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Can I ask if we could keep the colors?
No. Okay, we've removed C5. We'll have that meeting next week. 4.2.6 Cascarn District Community Complex. Who would like to make that motion? David, I see you unmuted. Do you want to make this motion?
I saw Director Hanegraaff's hand go up first. I think
Oh,
I'll
sorry.
defer to Director Hanegraaff, but I will second her motion if she moves it.
Go ahead, Hanegraaff.
Okay, I move the board award the Castlegar District Community Complex Arena metal roof coating project to Evoke Buildings Engineering Incorporated, and that the chair and corporate officer be authorized to sign the necessary documents to a maximum value of $306,300. And further, that the cost be included in the 2024 financial plan for Arena Castlegar Complex in Castlegar Areas I Service S222.
Thank you. And I see Director Davidoff seconds that. Joe, I see your hand. Just a note that I don't usually get to see hands, so if you can use the chat next time, but I assume you want to speak to this, or was it another item and I missed it? You're muted.
Sorry, through the chair, my apologies. The name of the company is incorrect. That should be Barolt. So I don't know how Evoke got in there, but that Evoke is our consultant. That's not the company that's doing the work.
Can you spell the proper name?
Brault.
And do you have that?
And then, do I include building engineer or no? And I think it's
What's the full name, Joe?
Yeah, it will take me a moment to go to the report to find that.
Okay, we'll just go ahead, Director Hanegraaff.
I think it's Barolt Engineering, but I could be wrong.
We'll just put Barolt and we can make sure.
Roofing BC.
There you go. We got it, Joe.
Thanks.
Roofing BC.
That makes sense.
Bracket. BC, close bracket.
Okay, in terms of the directors on that commission that were part of that meeting, this was all correct. Okay, good stuff. Further discussion on the motion. All right, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. East Resource Recovery Committee, you did have a meeting. Go ahead.
We have 2 meetings. I just wanted to ask, it says participants only waited. This is with respect to a contracting process. So does that fall into all financial, or I'm not sure, contracting? Just for the purpose of the record of minutes.
Yeah.
Should have asked this yesterday.
Through the chair, the award of something would be all vote, so.
We're not awarding them.
No, we're doing something within the same. I might call it all.
We'll all vote.
Sure, okay. Yes.
Are you moving it? Oh, sorry.
I will move the recommendation as for the agenda, essentially rejecting the proposal.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Thank you, DeBoon. Discussion? You around the room. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Rep Commission Area K and Village of Nakus. Weatherhead, go ahead.
Thank you. I'll move this, that the board approve the payment of the following grants from the Recreation Commission number 4, service number S228, 2024. Budget Summit Lake Nancy Green Ski Club for $2,000. And
thank you, McLaren Co. Go ahead.
And although I'm very aware of this, I just did not get to review this particular grant. So, but I am very aware of it, and I do know the parameters of it, but I don't know what McLaren Co is able to review it or not.
Are you both comfortable with it? You support it?
Absolutely.
That's all we need to know. That's good. Thank you. Further discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. All right, membership. Quick question on this. This would be part of the consent agenda as well then when we get to memberships.
Through the chair, I don't believe memberships is from what I talked to Mike about, but we'll figure that out.
Okay. Just curious, because we don't usually debate these, but nonetheless, we have memberships happening. Slocan. Bob, is that you?
Yes, it sure is.
Go ahead.
And I move the recommendation that the board appoint the following individual to the Slocan Valley South Regional Parks Recreation Commission, number 8, for a term to end on December 31st, 2024. The name is Stacy True.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Thank you, Hannah Graf. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And South Slocan Water Service?
Yeah, I'll move that recommendation also, that the board appoint the following individual to the South Slocan Water Service Community Advisory Committee for a term to end on December 31st, 2026, and the name is George Mentz. And further, that the board send a letter of condolence to Cindy Lawrence's family.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Yes. I did not know Cindy Lawrence was part of one of our committees. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay, directors, I was actually going to entertain something different this month because we keep deferring our verbal reports. I thought we'd actually do them today and at the appointed time. But given we're really close to our morning break, I'd like to suggest we take our quick morning break and then we do verbal reports. Does anybody oppose that idea? Everybody good with that? Let's take 10 minutes. So we'll be back at 10:20 for verbal reports. 2 minutes max. I know, right? Can we take the,
Yeah, my mouse.
there you go, you got it, okay. Stuart and Corinne, we're reconvening. Sorry. Thank you. All right, we went over a couple minutes there, but we are back and let me get to the right page. So we're gonna do verbal reports. I will try and keep us to 2 minutes in terms of like, please try and do that for yourselves so I don't have to interrupt you. We do recognize it's been a couple months and many of you just went to FCM. So do your best with 2 minutes. Good challenge to have. I know I always fail it. Let's start with, yes. Oh, can we have a motion? Thank you. Second. And the motion is director's verbal reports from May 16th be considered at this time. It's because we referred them last month. Anybody opposed? Thank you. All right, we are going to start with Director Lund.
Good morning, everybody, and sorry that I showed up late. Lots going on in the little village of Slocan. I think it's been such a while since we've provided updates. I'll share that we were successful with our application for rural economic diversification and infrastructure program. So that's working on our it's the implementation of our Herald Street design or downtown revitalization plan. So super thrilled about that. We'll be implementing phase 1 starting in 2025. So we're absolutely thrilled. It's been a long time coming with development and then detailed design planning. So to get the implementation funding, it's like, whoop, whoop, good stuff. The other thing going on, so with the mill site, the old mill site, we just met to discuss and strategize what next with that. So this fiscal, we're looking at hiring a coordinator and starting to prime the community with success stories and a learning series. So stay tuned for that. It'll be starting to have conversations about where else have old industrial or mill site properties been redevelopment into mixed use, and what are some exciting ideas. So we're excited to start moving forward with the mill site master planning piece, starting with the learning series for community. Otherwise, just general seasonal activities. Things are getting busier as all our communities do during the summer season. And our municipal campground is seeing lots of activity filling up. And yeah, I think I'll leave it there. I did not attend FCM this year and look forward to hearing the reports from other directors. So thank you. That's it for now.
Thank you, Director Lund. Director Main.
Oh, okay, thank you. 2 brief notes from Village of Silverton. Excuse me. 1, our campground is open and we hired 2 wonderful young women who were partnering to make sure that the campground has 24/7 coverage throughout the season. And secondly, the Silverton General Store will be having its grand opening in the coming weeks, and that will be the 2nd major employer in town, and it will make the downtown core along the highway look really wonderful. Other than that, my FCM experience was I attended meetings as a member of the executive committee. I attended meetings with MP Aitchison from the Progressive Conservatives, Prime Minister Trudeau, Jagmeet Singh, and Elizabeth May, and all 4 of them are on board with our push for a municipal growth framework. And in fact, the Prime Minister, the more times he reiterated that phrase, by the end of his talk, he said, I have this wonderful idea for a municipal growth framework. So if he thinks it's his idea, that's great. We just want to see it implemented. Other than that, I was able to attend some of the rural plenaries, particularly one on broadband and one on harassment in the community, and the stress that we we need to be kind to each other as well as being kind to people who are trying to harass us. Because it's just too easy for things to escalate. And I just would like to encourage everyone to read the Municipal Growth Framework document published by FCM, and it's called Making Canada's Growth a Success. It's available through the FCM website. And that's going to be our big push on advocacy this entire year, because we have a potential change in government coming, and at the very least, a fall update financials from the sitting government. And we really want to make sure that there's a highlight on and funding for all the things we need funding for, to do what all other orders of government want us to do on their behalf. Just put it gently. And that's my report.
Thank you, Director Mean. Director Lockwood.
Okay, thank you. Oh, is this? I'll do it. Okay. So Canada Days is coming quickly. Salmo is getting the honor of having a very large bouncy castle. And Mayor McFadden was the one that initiated that, and I'm so excited. So bring out your kids or your grandkids. But something else that will affect all of us in July is Shambhala is July the 26th to the 29th. We all benefit in many ways. There is some drawbacks in some of it, but make sure that if you're traveling or you have other family in that are traveling, that they're aware that before, a week before and a week after, it's busy in Salmo and the Kootenays. The other thing is at the Highways Chairs and Mayors Coalition yesterday, there was a comment that Destination Canada, so when we are looking at how we market our areas, that Destination Canada has some incorrect information about our areas, whether it's population, whether it's where we sit in, whether like that we're in the central Kootenays or stuff like that. So I encourage you to go on their site and look at, plunk in your area and make sure that all the information is correct there. And if it's not, to get a hold of them. And yeah, we have lots going on. FCM was great. The best thing that I got out of, I'm going to say one thing, was how fast AI makes the building department. Kelowna spoke about it. They increased their building permit out. 40% of the building permits are approved in, is it 24 seconds or is it 24 minutes? Seconds, I think it's seconds. 40%. So I'm looking forward to bringing that forward. Thanks.
Thank you. Director Fight for New Denver.
Yeah, good morning. Yeah, the campground is bumping here as well. So some of the things that are going on, well relocation project, the well is replacing aging infrastructure, as I think we all have. And the pumps are in the holes. We're just contracting out the actual pump house. Water line under the bridge, again, water infrastructure. And the outdoor stage in Centennial Park has just begun. And we're using Kalashnikov mass timber on that one. So anybody who's using mass timber, make sure your engineers are familiar with it. It sort of held us up a bit. Floodplain hazard mapping, working on Carpenter Creek channel restoration. The rerouted in that freshet, now it's pointed at our dike. So that's kind of interesting. Kootenay Street active transportation improvements, sidewalks and letdowns. The downtown revitalization plan is completed. We've had an emergency response training exercise and we're due for another one. We applied for CRA funding to update our community wildfire resistance plan. And the Nikkei Internment Memorial Center, it's the 30th anniversary celebration is being held on June 22nd, 23rd. So it's really soon. It's going to be great. There's a taiko drumming. They're going to have workshops. So it's, if you feel like coming up on that weekend, there's all sorts of stuff going on. We've finished our 2024-25 financial plan. Well, we have Vision Zero. The navigation apps, people's navigation apps are sending traffic through all sorts of areas here. So we're having to actually put up some traffic calming structures, which is kind of interesting, and all the other things that are required by the province, like SCR, NG 911, EDMA, all those things that are being downloaded on the province that were alluded to. So that's it for New Denver.
Thank you so much, Director Fike. Director Page.
Yeah, so we, as maybe you've seen in the news, we are currently conducting the work. The Civic is closed. The tenants are currently displaced as we resupport the roof. That was a consequence of the work and funding we're doing to get that building retrofitted for the next 80 years. And the first thing we kind of discovered as we got in there that the roof had started to receive damage from increased snow loads, and we need to get in there. We need to fix that. It's the top priority for that project now. Should be done come the fall, come November. The pier is being aimed to be fully complete by Canada Day. It's not a castle, so we're gonna have to work on that. Potentially the biggest sand castle to kind of complete the trifecta of large castle amenities within our area. Something for Destination Canada to talk about. We have 70 people here. All humor aside, we are dealing with the outcomes of the poverty and fentanyl crisis. We have a homeless encampment that is formed at City Hall on the grounds up front there. Nelson provides a lot of the services, and I know a lot of work is being done with the cities up and down within the region to bring more services to the individuals suffering from this crisis that is happening. We're always looking for more opportunities to partner and to support. And to that point, we heard some touch of it from our presentation, but through EF and Nelson, we have given small $5,000 allotments to housing providers to get pre-development work and to scope work for potentiality. There's a project up by Mount St. Francis. There's a project down at Railtown. There's a project potentially in front of the rec center. They're using that to add on to and leverage other funding. And just a final point on mechanics. Last year, we used our permissive tax exemption bylaw to redirect funds we're collecting from affordable housing. We're giving them a break on taxes, but we're taking the money we are collecting in taxes and putting that into our affordable housing reserve. And that is part of the funding that the providers are accessing to do pre-development work. And so I hope we will also do something similar here.
Thank you. Director McLaren-Co.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks for having the opportunity to speak about what's going on in our communities. I've got several months of information to share, so I'm not going to get to all of it. I'll just say quickly, in no particular order, lots of meetings with BC Hydro lately about the Earl Lake Reservoir and what the forecast is for this year, and it doesn't look great, but I appreciate the fact that they're much more communicative than they have been in the past. Also relating to the lakes, the Upper Arrow Lakes Ferry, which is on the far end of the regional district, and in fact in another regional district, we've had some challenges with the ferry. So we have been undertaking some advocacy both on reliability and connectivity up there. There was a presentation by a fellow named Doug Griffiths in Christina Lake, the author of 13 Ways to Kill Your Community, and I have never seen him before, and I will just make a plug for him. He's one of the best speakers I've ever seen on local government. Personally, but also related to this and some of the presentations today, we've just created the Upper Arrow Housing Society. So we are doing what we can in the cusp to address the housing crisis. AKBLG resolutions were finalized because that happened 2 months ago. Central Kootenay Food Policy Council tomorrow is the AGM in Passmore, so we'll be down there with that organization. And there's a letter from Dr. Breen that I'll speak to on the agenda. Back in May, with my day job, I attended the BC Economic Development Association Economic Summit for the year, and I would highly recommend anybody who has the opportunity to attend that to do so. I think there's a huge missed opportunity of the synergy between economic development folks and local government, particularly as it pertains to housing, as seems to be coming up more and more often. And I did attend FCM last week, which is my first FCM. I've got a dozen pages of handwritten notes to type up. So that'll be, hopefully I can talk about that next month. And that's my 2 minutes. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Director Hewitt.
Thank you, Chair. I won't go that far back, but, I attended CBT meetings in Golden on May 24th and 25th. And when I do my written report, I will attach the report to council, that I can give. And the next meetings are going to be held July 19th and 20 in New Denver, Silverton. So, Director Main, if you want to attend, that would be great. This last weekend, I was very busy in Castle while I was away, and I did attend FCM. Thank you very much for the opportunity to do that. So the Langham had their 50th anniversary celebrations and celebrated through their theater program and their music program, and the person who started the restoration of the Langham, Michael Guthrie, was in attendance from California and did some speaking and some performances. The farmers markets, Saturday market started. We had the Pride Parade on June 8th. They painted the sidewalk on the Friday night and then did a parade to our Legacy Park. And we'll have Canada Day celebrations. The library, this will be the second year that they will be doing a carnival for the kids in Vimy Park. It was very well received last year. And the last thing is we finished the last phase of the dike work for the village. That was, we had funding for at this time. So that's good. And it's good that we didn't have any bad freshet season. Hopefully it won't happen, but we're hopefully prepared if it happens again next year. Thank you.
Thank you. Director DeVim.
So, on May 14th, we celebrated our 100th anniversary being incorporated. And I had the honor of being the mayor, and we had lots of activities associated with that. We did a council meeting where we dressed in period clothing. So we all look like we were more than 100 years old. And that was very well attended. We had a lot of community there, but it was a great way to start all that. And then we had our Blossom Festival, which again focused on our 100 years as a community. And there was just some really, really good programs and activities associated with that. So that was a pretty busy time, but it was really, again, such an honor to be the mayor at that time and be able to represent our people. So it was really good. And I guess my duties as mayor and my duties as a director get blurred. And one of the ways they get blurred is we have a strong desire in our valley to increase our regional parks and water access because we have nothing through RDCK. And a lot of the residents that want that live in town. So it's a conversation I have quite often. And as chair of Creston Valley Services, it's something that comes up frequently. So we are working diligently towards trying to find some solutions and compromises. And the biggest factor in all this is the piece of land that everybody used as a park, which was fabulous, changed hands. And so the owner that has it now, although there's a public, a legal public right of way through the property, they don't want people going there, and people will still want to go there. So we are a long ways from working this out, but we do have the strong intent with myself and the other directors to come up with something for our community because we don't have anything. We have the wildlife management area, and I think that was the assumption all along that you guys have this, you don't need all this other stuff, but we don't have any good lawful water access at all. And so we really need to fix that. And it does take quite a bit of my time. And I know Director Tierney's time as well, and the other two directors less so, but it's important to our community. And so we need to continue to work on that. And other than that, I appreciate working with the other three directors with all of the shared services that we have. And I think our meetings go well, and we're really trying to teach the public just what it means to have shared services, because a lot of them don't understand that and how it's funded. So I could go on and on, but
Your 2 minutes is up. You just didn't hear the timer went quiet.
Thank you, Director DeBoon. Director McFadden.
Yeah, so many things. What do you want to know about? Big announcement, Pleasant Cost is building their new plant that they got funded provincially, and we're really excited about that. They're hoping to break ground here in the next month, bringing 100 jobs to Cascar and the area. And that's out at our airport lands by the airport. Airport is going well. RMP is very close, we're hoping, and that'll make a big difference. And same thing with the terminal building expansion. Those plans are also going really well. Castle opening, the big Castle playground is opening today, hoping to get there. We'll see what time our meeting ends for the big grand opening today. Really excited about that. Come check it out with your kids. If you haven't seen it yet, it's pretty fun. It's a pretty massive structure and a lot of fun things for that. Our zoning and community plan, our community plan, that is almost complete and new. So new rezoning that's completely aligned with the official community plan, which will help streamline and make things go really quick. And hopefully Monday, that will all be, we do our public hearing on Monday for that. Reimagining recreation. If you have anyone that lives in Cascar area I and J, the survey, you're going to see it on here, but I'm just plugging it, is going live. Please get them to fill it out. We need information. We need to know what we're doing with our recreation side going forward. Sunfest was in town. It was great, went really smooth. Always fun as a mayor when you get to be a part of those things, especially Miss Cascar pageant, which I got to crown my daughter's childhood best friend one. So that's always fun. You know, it's just fun to get to be there for those things. Canada Day celebrations, an outdoor movie on Canada Day, and then live bands all afternoon. That's going well. Economic Development Committee, I think we were actually making some progress in there with Area I and Area J, and that committee itself and just looking at the bigger picture of the whole region. So just thankful to my partners and getting to start to work together with Andy and Honey, and yeah, that's it.
Thank you, Director McFadden. Director Weatherhead.
Thank you. Yes, there's lots going on here. Recently I got to, thanks to our planner, Dan Hopkins, with the Heritage, Community Heritage Register, had a lot of fun. My husband nominated two of the trails. He's part of the Trail Society. So the historic Hot Springs Trail and the Saddle Mountain Lookout Trail are both now on the Community Heritage Register. And it was a really great process. People had great fun helping with all the archived info, and it was nice to be engaged in that. And the value related to these trails was actually just so well received by locals who very much love these landscapes. And this will actually, we can add to these statements, which I was really pleased about, because after this, I found out there's more information coming in now. So, and this can also assist our Trail Society to seek heritage value-related funding for, particular types of restoration and maintaining of these landscapes. All three of our fire brigades down in the southern region have been really assisted through CBT for wildfire first response, bringing it back to the locals. When I say this has been a long awaited return for our locals to be first responders again, in conjunction, of course, with BC Wildfire Services. They have also conducted themselves amazingly well in terms of collaboration between the three brigades. They've spent, I think, 4 weekends now in various training sessions together. Fauquier Community Hall has completed their emergency center upgrades. They also just recently had their grand opening for their new playground at the pavilion. All of these things would not be possible without CBTV. And I just toured the food bank. They just expanded. It enables them to actually tap into better deals on food. That's pretty exciting. And I'll stop there. There's more and more, but thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Weatherhead. Dr. Hannaford.
It has been a really busy spring in Area J, I think probably throughout the RDCK. I've had more meetings than I can count at this point, including 7 reimagining rec meetings, the OIB board, public hearings. I was actually at a meeting, you guys are gonna love this. The chair explained that they weren't very good at Rogers Rules of Order. Is that Robert's evil brother? It was actually pretty funny. We got to be able to laugh at that kind of stuff. I attended I don't know, was it the Forum on Homelessness in Trail? That was really worthwhile attending. It's hosted by Selkirk College, I believe, and I would really recommend, because it's a 3-year thing, so that was the second of 3 years. They're doing it again next year. It'll be their 3rd phase of it. I would really recommend people attending that. I think I was the only one at this table that attended. And I'm gonna say it was really worthwhile. I also want to thank you for sending me to FCM. It was my first FCM convention. I didn't go to UBCM last year either. So coming out of labor, this was something totally different than that. It was interesting. And I will say that the last plenary was so worthwhile. It really hit home. It was, about how we're treated as public officials, really, in a nutshell. And yeah, it was good. So thanks for that. And that's it.
Thank you, Director Hanegraaff. Director Davidoff.
Thank you, Chair. So I would like to start by something my wife mentioned to me, and she says, are we having more and more road closures due to really serious accidents? And what we live on Highway 3A in Thrums, and what's happening is I can't remember as many road closures that we've had because of really serious accidents like in the last month or so. So I want to thank our fire services or RCMP, KERPA, because my wife knows Doc Sparrow's vehicle now, and he goes past our house way too often. And so just wanted to thank all of these really important services that we have, and all of our people that staff them and work in them and volunteer for them. So just wanted to start there. I also want to thank my fellow commissioners on the Castle Garden District Rec Commission for coming to 5 meetings at all 5 of our community halls in Area I for the first time in 40 years. I think it's 40 years, whatever, since the commission started. And basically listening, hearing and listening to the voices of our constituents. Really important, really want to thank. And that Director Hanegraaff mentioned, the number of meetings we've been having. That was 5 out of the 7 were in Area I on reimagining recreation. We're getting close to completing our OCP, just waiting for the final stages. So we're very, very close, I think, with Castlegar on getting our OCPs done. I didn't attend FCM. Have any of you noticed our lawns are growing way faster than they've ever grown, and the mosquitoes? I want to talk to Chair Watson about mosquito control. Because they're out in the middle of the day in a windstorm. You're getting attacked when you're cutting your lawn. You never used to come around. So that's just something that I noticed. Lots of other things. So I'll stop there. But again, big thank you to all of our fire, RCMP, and all of the other service providers.
Thank you, Director Davidoff. Director Popoff.
Thank you, Chair. I do have a written report for my attendance at committees and commissions, so it's on the agenda here. In Area 8, they have a petition circulating about special events bylaw, and they want an exception for the loud music events that start on Friday and last till Monday. And I don't think that's going to happen. A lot of dog issues along the Slocan Valley Rail to Trail between the dam in and everything else. I get numerous calls about their aggressive dogs, and I did attend FCM, and I attended quite a few of the workshops. What I found with the workshops is the subject experts at the workshop take up most of the time. And then when we get an opportunity to ask questions, there's only like a couple of 5 or 10 minutes left. You only get 1 or 2 questions. So that was a little bit disappointing. What might be of interest is the connectivity workshop that was conducted by Rogers. And I was a little bit surprised, and I know a cell tower reaches about 25-kilometer radius, but they're putting in what they call the Wi-Fi towers, but only a 5-kilometer radius. And the Wi-Fi towers look like the one east of Preston, big cement tower. Now, to have one every 5 kilometers in a rural area is not very conducive. And I did mention that, but I did not get the appropriate response on that from Rogers. And Rogers has been promising to come into rural areas, whatever, for about 3 or 4 years. And there was one director there that was really disappointed. You make promises, but you never honor your promises. That's the end of my presentation.
Okay. Director Cunningham.
Thank you. Maybe that's why they have Roger's Rule of Order. In any case, I would really like to thank Director Main, because what he said about FCM was really, really important. Also, I'd like to note that the resolution session at FCM was one of the worst I've seen in my whole, I'm sorry, but I like the guy presenting, but he should have had some a little learning in how to run a proper media, proper resolution session. And compared to the ones we do at ATBLG or UBCM, it was quite frankly a disaster. And since we have an FCM representative, perhaps you could tactfully introduce the topic of how to run a proper resolution session. Okay, talking about that, I think in my area, I do something in the summer all the time, but I think the big thing right now is the residents are feeling troubled because so much is changing in the world so quickly that, I've lived here for so many years, and now we're, the smoke and everything from the wildfires to the flooding to all the climate change things. And even the people who deny climate change sort of understand that we have to do something for climate change. So the best session that I attended at FCM was one, and I hold this up, put up by CSA, they're the Canadian Standards Association, that they normally say, okay, yes, your iron or your toaster is safe and so forth and so on, but they made a presentation at a luncheon where they talked about what they were doing with regards to climate change and about doing simple things. For example, things like, strapping down the roof, using storm straps to hold the roof down to the walls kind of thing, and how a lot of these changes will be coming to things such as our building inspection department. And I had the chance to meet with them privately for a couple of hours where we really got into the meat of this thing. And they gave me the little thing, they just give this to everybody. But basically the big thing is they talked about all the work they were doing. And I think it's important because we need to let people know, as my feeling as the director, that listen, in spite of what's happening in the world, we're on top, we're working on, the world is not working on us, we are working on the world, if you know what I'm saying. And that's really important. And I see it.
Sorry.
Are you continue or not? Anyway, never mind. Just go on. Let's get this done.
Okay. But I like your note. We're working on the world's not working on us. Director Newell.
Thank you. I resigned from the CKIS Board of Directors at their AGM in May. I've been started as the RDCK rep, replacing Director David Ock, who kindly passed it on to me. It soon became not an RDCK position due to New Society Act, this and that and the other thing, so I had stayed on as a citizen, but I acted as semi-liaison between the board and CKIS and staff, and staff has just been amazing and continuing improving the relationship with CKIS. As always, directors have such interesting opportunities. Met with Tagum Hall people on their continued expansion of the amazing project started by the Tagum Hall Society and Director Mickle all those years ago. Amazing, vibrant community amenity.
in that same area, there's a Sproul Creek Trail that goes up Sproul Creek that's by BC Parks or whatever that thing's called. But the Friends of Pulpit Rock have taken it on as a project to improve it. We put some money in last year, did a tour the other day of the improvements that are done, and we're going to continue with improvements. We gave them money through Area App Ready grants. Thanks, Johnny. I just wanted to highlight that the Water Services Committee that we're now having every second month and is just invaluable, and the amount of work we're doing there, it's mind-boggling that we weren't able, that how we did it before this committee began. It's just something else. We learned that asbestos pipe removal can happen affordably. It happened at Duhamel Water System. Went to the Chamber of Commerce in Nelson, industrial or company, business, garbage problems, challenges, and what have you. And it was very interesting to have 6 or 7 businesses at the round table. Hopefully I'll get some more notes from Tom Thompson, and we'll perhaps be able to see some of the highlights of a city's situation, city business situation is, as always, way more, but we'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Noel.
Yeah.
Director Graham?
Thank you. So I don't know if you've all noticed, but the 2 members of the public who are here in person at the meeting, both from Area E. So there's 14 committees and commissions in Area E on top of the meetings with other groups and societies. So there's always a lot going on. There's a park survey going on right now, and this is an important one and I had it as the highlight in my newsletter, and then lo and behold, the RDCK website had that you've reached the unsecured site at the same time. So that happened for a couple of days, which I heard both in person and on phone. Doug Griffiths, I have that book, The 13 Ways, if anybody's interested in it. Attended the first day of the KLP strategic planning meeting in Ainsworth, and I will summarize with one word called challenging. Kootenay Lake is actually starting to recede. I don't know if anybody's noticed that. That's the lowest high water I've seen since I've lived here. I don't know what that's gonna mean, but not a flood. Daycare challenges in Area E, both of our applications to the new spaces were denied. So we're working with the 2 groups and trying to not give up. There's a women's mid-am golf tournament at the Balfour Golf Course that's wrapping up today. I'm doing my newsletter. I'm on issue 80. So if anybody wants to know anything going on in Area E, it's in there. Balfour Days, mark your calendar, July the 6th. FCM, it was my first time to Calgary, downtown, my first FCM, welcomed by a screeching alert for their water machinery. Very glad I went. Lots of new people. I'm starting to recognize some people that I saw at UBCM and other places. I will say that some of the sessions were oversubscribed, and I did end up like sitting in the hall and not being able to get in to some of them. And just so that Stuart knows, we didn't forget about him. We got socks first.
Hi. Nicely done. Director Vandenberg.
Oh, thank you. Kind of hard to follow up that.
Where's your ties? Let's go.
We are, lots going on, hard to summarize, with any degree of accuracy so I thought I'd hit the highlights and the priorities that are, currently engaging my time and activity. FCM, always well worth it in my opinion, and I will plug the trade show. The trade show is large, diverse, and it is a great place to find out what's happening in the world, what's happening with technology and innovation, and to really get a good sense as to what could be out there. I will have some things to share with staff, bringing back a blue bag, like our director over to my right. Engaging sessions like broadband, the connectivity, where we're going with LEO satellites, pinpointing wildfires now as they're starting to smoke before they grow. Just a great place to hear and see at FCM. Working on water sustainability is important for our sub-region. access to water, as our mayor or director has pointed out. And I want to put a plug in for our Crescent Valley Services, and thanks to our chair, who allow us to bring in things in our agenda that are relative to our area. And the public is catching on to that, and we're seeing good attendance from the public in that regard. And we're touching on things that and important to our sub-region, and I value that immensely. West Crescent Fire Hall referendum is upcoming. June 25th is our open house. The referendum itself is slated for September 14th. Thank you to staff for putting that information up on the website. It has done great wonders to direct people to relative information. And CKIS, from the agricultural perspective, I think there's opportunity through CKIS. Being a chair of the task force, I am looking forward to having conversations at the table. Thank you very much.
Director Tierney.
Yes, I'd also like to acknowledge the Crescent Valley Services Committee. It's been really well chaired, and we're able to, it's a great learning experience for me, so thank you. I also attended FMC. It was a really great experience. The connections I made and sharing ideas, and I really enjoyed the trade show. And I'm working with 3 of the 4 community halls to support their request to CBT for emergency preparedness. They've been well funded and been able to support their 10% through the Community Works program, and received great help from the staff here in the office to help the halls prepare those applications. So thank you to them. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Tierney. Jackman.
Well, thank you. And as per American senatorial process, the additional time is added. So what to say, and for a second I thought I might not be able to figure this out. No. So on written reports, Director McLaurin Co remains the gold star. I have to acknowledge I did very little this time on CBRAC, but please read what Director provided. Very detailed. But I saw an issue yesterday. We're looking at moving 1.5 million plus later into that Columbia Basin Broadband Initiative through some of the directors here. So we will ask Amy Umbersoni. I think it's time for you guys to all see a little more of a press release, more detail, because it's always difficult for us to judge what can we speak about, what can we not speak about. So I think that's something we have to provide for you. I did throw a little bit in my written about International Joint Commission. You know, it goes back to the 30s, 1930s. And it is changing, and more of us need to pay attention. They've expanded the numbers of directors who will be on the board. They're changing their scope. They provided some narratives you see on their website about what they could possibly do. And I just like everybody who doesn't read our written reports to be aware IJC is worth looking. FCM, some excellent targeted conversations, but they were really at the trade show and with Green Municipal Fund. But some good leads and ideas there. I found the forums varied in terms of emerging information to fairly routine updates, stuff that we already heard in somewhere else. So it's what you make of it. Want to point out, Star Valley Jam has moved the date again, July 5th, 6th, 7th. If you can't spend the whole weekend, go to Balfour on the 6th. I love the Sunday with the grandkids, much more family oriented. You can get a ticket for individual days. So it's not too big, not too small, is what it's framed as. And so visit Balfour on the Saturday and jump across early Sunday morning if you like, Saturday night, and visit Star Valley Jam. Thanks to everyone else. I've written about 6 notes from what you said, things I'm going to follow up on. This verbal is a great learning experience. I'm done. Last but not least.
Yeah, and I'll put my own timer on because I always go over. Or you can time me if you want. Okay, here we go. Yeah. Okay, So first thing I'll mention is having 24 unincorporated communities over large geography with only one of them having zoning, development pressures continue. Lack of servicing out of all those communities. I have one community water system that's fully operated by the regional district, one that's contracted to the village, which works great. So development pressures, lack of servicing, those continue. It falls out into the road. It falls out into, I'm using that as a loose term, but a lot of concerns there that I really need to get addressed. Lots of society support these days. I think the experience we're having as elected officials when it comes to working together is not synonymous with elected officials. It is happening in societies as well. So some conflicts going on there that I'm helping as delicately as I can. BC Hydro Operations, I did attend the Duncan Arrow, I believe it was a couple of weeks ago. And Duncan will see low levels again, not as low as Arrow, less fluctuation. But I think it does speak to, Kootenay Lake being low is related to what's happening in Duncan Lake as well. And of course, whatever's happening with Kootenay is related. With all my remote communities, quite a few of them have fire smart committees that are phenomenal. They're becoming the example for many other areas. 2 of them are working directly with BC Wildfire Service on, they have S100 training, they have assets, so they're doing a direct connection. And our wildfire mitigation specialist is connected through that. We have a Lardo Valley Fire Smart Resiliency Committee as well, run by Lynx, so that's great. Also related to Lynx, 20 seconds, damn it, hotspots via Lynx and Kim. So whoever was talking about those Wi-Fi ones, you should talk to Lynx and Kin because they are doing them in Lardo Valley where there's 0 cell service and tons of recreation. There was lots of questions about power at Duncan as well, and that remains one of those, like, we won't do it, it's not cost effective, and then the issues of power vulnerability come up. So that's one that I'll continue to follow up on. Thank you so much to Belfort Harrop for responding to a fire in Shutty Bench quite a few weeks ago. We do have the AAP for the first responder service closing on Monday the 17th. E-waste event, I've arranged with Lynx to do an e-waste event in the Lardo Valley where the drive to the central location for them is about 3 hours. So that's great. And mosquitoes, follow up with you, Director David. We had an open house, so we start using drones, pretty cool. And KLP strategic planning, yes, I was there for 2 days, lots of follow up on that. I will concur with the challenging comment, but worth exploring and good stuff can happen. There we go. Okay, director, so that's a good indication of what happens when we do verbal reports. Absolutely important. Thank you for entertaining going ahead with those. How we fit this all in with our business in 8 hours or less is what I continue to be challenged by, but it's really great to hear from everybody. Great work. Okay, back to the agenda. Communications, I already know Director McLaren had mentioned he wanted to speak to 5.1. Why don't you go ahead and do that, Mr. Co.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to highlight 5.1, which is a letter from Dr. Breen from Selkirk College. Just a note, because it's timely having with the AGM tomorrow for the Central Kootenay Food Policy Council. Just a comment from my involvement with economic development in my community. It's food security and stability and availability keeps coming up as a major issue, especially in our rural areas when supply chains are disrupted. And I just wanted to highlight the good work that they do because I think we provide them $15,000, which is a very minimal investment to support the food security and distribution system within our region. And it's not just food security, but it's also economic development. And I think that the value that we get out of that $15,000 is leveraged many times over. So thanks for letting me know.
Thank you. It was to be a part of my chair's report, but I'll mention now that I did follow up with Damon because he's the executive director, because I think there's some funding confusion over how our cycle works, and also having food systems as my background, I have a lot of knowledge. So I'm going to meet with him and give them some guidance on how to focus, because the regional distribution program is actually something that has been 20 years in the making for this region and is so critical. So hear you, and as chair, I'm going to give them some guidance on how do we work, what's our funding cycle, how do you ask, and then also who are all the other external entities. So, Vandenberg?
Yeah, so one of the values of our Crescent Valley Services is that we actually did talk about that. And one of the outcomes from that conversation around that is food security is a very complex how do you solve a type of a situation? And our confusion was around the allocation of funds and what potential outcomes are being targeted specifically. It was, so your conversation upcoming is greatly appreciated. Perhaps you come back and kind of narrow that focus a little bit for us so that we better understand that this project is focused on these particular outcomes because this means money just gets lost in it. But I do believe that the intention is well with the group. It's just kind of bring it in and let us know exactly what you want to deal on. And so your report, your few words of coming back from that conversation would be appreciated.
Thank you. Anybody need to speak about the letter from Comox Valley? This was, I believe, from the Cherokee Yale Forum. This was our joint letter. Good. Accounts payable, receipt for information. Any questions? Graham?
Yeah, just one thing that jumped out at me, and I know we've spoken about this one before, but is the sundry vendors. Like this month, it's 56,704. And I know it's a culmination of a bunch of things, and it like, now that the fire smart is $5,000, I'm wondering if like that should be, if that's part of this, and if we would consider maybe splitting some of these sundry vendors. I think it's very not transparent, I guess is my comment.
Yeah, through the chair, we definitely could take a look at it, especially because there's 12 there, so there's probably a larger check in there. But yeah, it's normally used for recreational refunds, the wood stove program, things like that, where it's, you know, one-off payments that we're not setting up an account for within our system. If we did that for every account, it would get quite cumbersome to manage all that, but maybe we can have a separate report that can break that out and show a bit more detail. Yeah.
I think it's just when it starts to get these high amounts.
Yeah.
Okay, any other questions on AP? Okay, bylaw 2161, electoral area F. Newell.
I'll move it, but I'll just need to open it. That the board directs staff to prepare an amendment bylaw for electoral area at library financial contribution service establishment bylaw 2161/2010 to increase the maximum requisition by 25%.
Do we have a second? Thank you, Jackman. Discussion?
If I'd had 2.5 minutes, I would have mentioned that with Yav and Stewart and Director Popoff, we did meet with the board chair and director of the Nelson Library refunding and interest and how awesome the library is. But I didn't, so.
Well, you got your 30 seconds right there. Good stuff. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Did you have a question or you were just in favor? Okay. 2162, area H. Same thing, I assume.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to move the recommendation.
Thank you. All right, discussion.
Yes, I'd like to say a couple of words on that. Prior to that, we had a dollar limit, maximum dollar limit. And when we met, and thanks to Stuart and Yev for meeting with us, we made it, actually the president of the library board indicated they wanted that dollar limit taken away, but increased to 25% maximum. That doesn't mean that we're increasing our contribution by 25%. It shows in a 5-year period, we can increase it to a maximum of 25%.
Thank you. Sorry, Paige, yes, you're on the list.
Very quickly, I just wanted to say how appreciative we are that we get to all share in this library service and provide that public benefit to so many of the members of our community. And it takes us all in this area to make sure that that is successful and we have access to that great service and that great team.
Thank you. Further discussion?
Oh, I could, just one small comment.
Yeah.
Our continued ongoing advocacy to increase the frozen provincial, funding model must continue. I'm sure Creston feels the same thing. Castlegar feels the same thing. Because it is really for the growth of service and the demands put on a library service, the province would really should, I think, I can go as far as to say, increase their base funding model. Thank you.
All those in favor? Opposed, carried. Bylaw 2801-2802, this is area J. Go ahead, Director Hunter.
Do you want me to, I'm just not sure if any of this can be bundled. I don't think it can.
You
Do you
can.
want me to read them each out separately? Okay. So I move that the Kootenay Columbia Rivers Official Community Plan Amendment Bylaw 2801-2022 be a bylaw to amend Kootenay Columbia Rivers Official Community Plan Bylaw number 1157/1996 is hereby given third reading.
Second. Thank you. Any discussion? There's no discussion when you get to adoption, so.
So this is one of those situations where, you know, we went through all of it, did the public hearing, you know, staff did a really great job with the report, all the advertising, and then nobody showed up. So to me, it really kind of highlights, that we need to change how we're doing things. I mean, we're not gonna avoid every one of these situations, and this is a situation where someone built without a permit and all the rest of it. And we'll get there eventually, I believe, with this guy. He'll be compliant at the end of it all. But how many of these hearings do we have where nobody, you know, everyone does a lot of work, a lot of money is spent advertising, renting halls and all the rest of it, and then nobody shows up. To me, it seems that the system's a bit flawed. So that's my comment on that. Not that I mind doing it, not complaining.
Yeah.
Just saying. Okay.
All those in favor? Opposed, carried.
Okay, I move that the Kootenay Columbia Rivers Official Community Plan Amendment Bylaw number 2801-2022 being a bylaw to amend Kootenay Columbia Rivers Official Community Plan Bylaw number 1157/1996 is hereby adopted, and further that the chair and corporate officer be authorized to sign the same.
Second. Thank you. All those in favor? Opposed, carried.
Okay, I move that the Regional District of Central Kootenay Zoning Amendment Bylaw number 2802/2022 being a bylaw to amend the Regional District of Central Kootenay Zoning Bylaw number 1675/2004 is given third reading.
Thank you. Seconded. Discussion? Go ahead. No, all those in favor?
Voting early.
Okay. Anybody opposed?
Voting often too.
Thank you.
I move that the Regional District of Central Kootenay Zoning Amendment Bylaw number 2802/2022 being a bylaw to amend the Regional District of Central Kootenay Zoning Bylaw number 1675/2004 is hereby adopted, and further that the chair and corporate officer be authorized to sign the same.
Thank you. Second. All those in favor? Opposed, carried. Thank you. Thanks, Zach.
Yes, thanks, Zach.
7.4 bylaw 2935, area G, Director Cunningham.
Yes, thank you. I'll move the recommendation that the land use amendment bylaw 2935/2023 being a bylaw to amend electoral area land use bylaw number 2452/2018 given third reading, and further that the consideration of adoption be withheld for land use amendment bylaw 2935 being a bylaw to amend the electoral area land use bylaw that until the following items have been approval of land use amendment bylaw by the Ministry of Transportation and Infrastructure pursuant to section 52(3)(a) of the Transportation Act.
Thank you. Second. Thank you. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed, carried. Thank you. 7.5, we're gonna ask staff, Zach, thank you for being here. This has been a couple of years in the making. I know this is a new application, but we just wanted a brief history on this one, and then we'll go to questions and or the director.
Yeah, so through the chair, the original application definitely predates my time here, but there was a similar land use bylaw amendment application submitted by the property owners in 2017. eventually in October 2018, there was, yes, some other considerations or conditions that were implemented or discussed by the board. And I think eventually, long story short, that application lapsed. I don't know all of the detail in terms of if it was the applicant not interested in pursuing certain studies or requirements or what have you, but it essentially did lapse. In 2023, we received an application that was more or less for the same purpose, but recognizing that some of the community concerns were the broadness of the commercial zone that they were seeking. The applicant is proposing this time around for the same property, just a more specific commercial zone that really ties it down to just a business office as a principal use, with that being the only permitted principal use on property, and then certain accessory uses, like I think an accessory use would be a dwelling unit, and then also just accessory buildings and structures. So this proposal, this application this time around is for a site-specific commercial zone to try and limit some of the concerns around the open-endedness of the zoning and the flexibility of the process.
Okay, thank you. What I did want to clarify, we'll go to David off next for questions and whatnot, was the last time this was in front of us, we did require several actions out of that. And so I'm curious, I believe Stuart, you had recalled what those were. And just curious if those were a part of this work. Either of you.
Question for that. They were not, no.
Okay.
They were not considered.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Director Davidoff, over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And I'm going to ask the Chair's indulgence. I have several questions that I need to have staff answer. I have been very careful about not engaging in discussion in this application with anyone after since the public hearing, not with staff, not with constituents. And I just need to have these questions answered for me to determine which recommendation to move. So here we go. First question to staff, through the chair. Does this site, does the development permit, the current development permit plan for the sawmill site apply to this site? And I just need a yes or no.
Through the chair, no.
Thank you. Second question. At the public hearing, the applicant stated very clearly that under the current zoning, they could remove all of the vegetation on this property, and it's very heavily treed and it's a buffer zone. So can they legally remove all of the vegetation, and there's really nothing we can do because it would be private land logging? So I just need a yes or no.
Yes, they can remove all trees on the property now.
And my follow-up then to that question is that under the proposed zoning and the restrictions of the use to just an office building and parking lot, one dwelling, and exactly as it's stated in the bylaw, will this afford more protection to the community as a noise buffer? Because that's a huge concern in the community. Yes or no?
So I don't know if it's a yes or no answer. Did I miss maybe part of it?
Oh, sorry, I need to add one part to this. With the proposed zoning and the development permit process and plan that has to be developed for the new anything to happen there, for it to be developed, will that afford more protection in terms of landscaping, buffers, all of the provisions are in our current bylaws than what we have now under the current zoning?
Through the chair, I will say yes, because there are guidelines in the development permit area that speak to preservation of existing vegetation and requirements for buffering and screening.
Thank you.
Sangeeta also wanted to respond, Director Davidoff. Can I go to Sangeeta as well?
Yes, please.
Go ahead, Sangeeta.
Yes, through the chair, it's okay, I'll hold any response. Zach covered what I wanted to say.
Yeah.
Okay, back to you, David.
Last question. It was asked at the public hearing, could other requirements, such as those from previous applications, and I've just got one, would staff, is it legally possible, and I don't know if staff could answer this or the CEO could answer this, is that they were looking at other protections that this property, there would be no industrial development of this site. Is it possible to have a covenant saying that, or is that even legally possible? And I think from the last application, I think the answer is no. But in terms of the development plan that's developed, is there kind of anything that could be done legally? And I think I'll ask the CEO, anything that could be done legally to ensure that there is no expansion of the current mill operation onto the site. And that would include log storage, lumber storage, things like that. So CEO, please, on that one.
Through the chair, I'll get Zach to confirm, but I believe that the very narrow scope of the rezoning prevents any industrial use on the property. So any further, even if you could put a covenant, I believe would be redundant.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, staff, for all those questions. Given those answers, and given that the new zoning will afford more protection to the community in terms of noise, landscaping, form and character, a new development plan with and that will implement the policies under the guidelines are in our current bylaw. I am moving the staff recommendation, and that is that Regional District of Central Kootenay zoning bylaw number 29392023, being a bylaw to amend the Regional District of Central Kootenay zoning bylaw number 1675/2004, is hereby given third reading, and further that the consideration of adoption be withheld for Regional District of Central Kootenay zoning bylaw amendment number 2939/2023, being a bylaw to amend the Regional District of Central Kootenay zoning bylaw number 1675/2004 until the following items, just got to move this thing, following items have been obtained. 1, approval of Regional District of Central Kootenay zoning bylaw, zoning amendment bylaw number 2939/2023 by the Ministry of Transportation and Infrastructure pursuant to section 52(3)(a) of the Transportation Act.
Thank you, sir. Second? Thank you. So we do have a couple of speakers as well. Thank you, Director Davidoff. We've got the motion on the floor. Popoff and then Jackman.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. This is just a point of information. Is the Kalesnikov Lumber Company this year is celebrating 85 years of service, and they're one of the major employers in the area.
Thank you. I'll let you know I sent the media to both you and Director Davidoff looking for a quote as well on that for writing an article.
Yes, unfortunately, I was FCM, and by the time I got back to put my quote, they've already released the news media.
Okay. Jackman, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. You might cut me off in a minute. This is a little more around process and it applies to several, but this is the most difficult, really tough public hearing for me to have read through and digested, even though I saw the prior application. So staff report helped a lot because, focusing on site specific. And our e-scribe method of being able to see individual appendices and jump here and there, the way it's packaged, helps me. I'm very worried that the public, who are obviously extremely concerned because there's a mere 282 pages to this particular application, can't see the packaging the way we see it. What they see from page 262 onwards is a report, and then it goes from 279 onwards into information. Page 286, it flips sideways, which is difficult for any of us to understand. There's scanned pages on there, which historically they were scanned in old machines. There's slippage, there's distortion of the words. Really tough for me knowing the site, knowing the history, knowing the prior application, I am worried about how the public sees this. I looked on the webpage and you can see upcoming public hearings like it said 2402 on June 26, 2024. I can't see any public window on the website for what happened here, except the run-on PDF, which is, I don't know how many, couple hundred megabytes this time, where they would have to sort through page 262 to page 544. I want the public to know that we had a better window into digesting this information than they had, but I would also like the public to have a better opportunity to digest this information. I don't know if it's a procedural thing that we're not allowed to divulge, the kind of appendices sort of sorted reporting that Zach's provided us to the public prior to this point. I feel I have a good handle on what happened, tough reading. I don't feel the public would have the confidence that we have, because we're gonna vote on this, but I want the public to feel we are understanding their concerns and looking at the big picture. Can we change the way we put this information out?
Yeah, through the chair, I wanted to talk to Ange about that afterwards. I did talk to Director Jackman yesterday about those concerns. And I think we could possibly find a solution within Adobe to be able to index that. But I'll have to talk to Ange just to see how we can make that work.
Very brief supplemental.
Can I let Zach speak first?
Oh, Apple, sorry, Sue.
Yeah, through the chair, I just wanted to address like the sheer volume of the package. There was a bit of a misunderstanding on my part where one of the attachments, I think it's attachment C, the letters of opposition.
Yep.
Because they were already going to be attached to the public hearing minutes, they were doubled up in a sense. I attached them as a separate attachment, and then they were also repeated.
Yep.
So it does give that kind of, that optic or that impression that there were hundreds more submissions than we actually received, or at least double the amount of submissions. So just wanted to state that.
Thank you.
And I understand and appreciate that. I know agenda prep is a big exercise, and the quality control aspect is paramount. Director Page shared with me what AKBLG had done to pull in information, and using AI, which I'm not that big a fan of, but there were tools, just say tools, this thing's some AI to better manage this. So other than Adobe, there are other tools to try to pull in keywords, because that's the only way I can analyze this. I had the types of noise complaint, the big bang type pointing, the continuous hum, the this, the that, all the different concerns. I had to compartmentalize and look back and forth in my mind saying, this is not me. This is understood. This is so many people. There's tools to do that, apparently, that guys like me may never use, but somebody younger might use very easily if it was provided to them.
Thank you. It's a good catch. Once I figured it was a repeated document several times, I was able to shorten it. I very much appreciated the breakdown of the documents compared to when we had the climate action plan all in one document. So it's great. We can do that. Noted. Back to the actual motion. Further discussion.
Yeah, Chair, sorry, I just did a thing to Angela, and it went just directly to Angela. I do have a comment to make on what Director Jackman has raised.
If we can focus on the motion,
Yep.
that would be great. Go ahead.
Okay, it is on the information. I took great pains to make sure that every single document submitted by everyone was attached to everything. But there are only 2 documents that were signed by 30 people twice, and everybody is aware of that. And I took great pains to make sure, because I was asked that, when I signed the minutes of the public hearing, I was asked, what is going to be attached for the whole board to see? And I said everything. And so to make sure that it was, but they are repetitive because there are only 2 that have been signed by 30 families or people, residences. And so they're all the same. So that might help Director Jackman understand a little bit better. Is it really cumbersome? Yes, because that's probably my fault, because I wanted to err on the side of making sure that every single document, every word everyone that had a concern, all the board got to see that. So that's maybe my fault, and I apologize for that.
There were handwritten notes. AI would have sorted that for.
Okay, thank you. Lockwood, final comments or question, go ahead.
Thank you. Just a clarification one is Director Davidoff asked 4 questions that was stated that they were asked at a public hearing. To me, that sounds like that those questions were not answered at the public hearing. Can staff say if they were answered or not answered at the public hearing?
Through the chair, I don't recall the exact questions, like I could look through the minutes and try to figure out if they were the same questions or not. There was definitely some similarities.
Okay.
In terms of questions about the DPs, the development permits and the guidelines and everything. I think they were slightly different and maybe.
Yeah, okay, that's okay.
That's good.
The public hearing minutes were very similar, but Director Davidoff elaborated on the other aspects to them with his questions, so. All those in favor? Opposed, carried. The next motion, Director Davidoff, you can just read the synopsis of it. You don't need to read the whole thing.
Yeah, that basically I think the key thing is that it's exactly the same wording. No, but it's different. I'll just read it for the record. The Kootenay Columbia Rivers Official Community Plan Amendment Bylaw number 2940, 2023, being a bylaw to amend the Kootenay Columbia Rivers Official Community Plan Bylaw number 1157, 1996, is hereby given 3rd reading, and further that the consideration of adoption be withheld for Kootenay Columbia Rivers Official Community Plan Amendment Bylaw number 2940, 2023, being a bylaw to amend the Kootenay Columbia Rivers Official Community Plan Bylaw 1157, 1996, until the following items have been obtained. Approval of Kootenay Columbia Rivers Official Community Plan Amendment Bylaw number 2940, 2023 by the Ministry of Transportation and Infrastructure pursuant to section 52(3)(a) of the Transportation Act. And if that's seconded, I just have a brief comment.
Seconded, go ahead.
I just want to thank the staff. This has been a really long haul and a really super sensitive item in our community. And I thank the chair's indulgence for letting me ask those questions because they're so important for how we deal with this. And I really wanted to make sure, both in the first application and in this application, that it was really clear that we are serious about protection and the form and character and noise buffers and things like that. And I find the current current zoning doesn't provide that protection, but this zoning will with an appropriate development permit plan. So thank you, staff, for your indulgence. Thank you, Chair, for letting me take more time on this than we normally would allow.
Thank you, Director Davidoff. It's been a long time coming and it's been a lot of hard work. So good job to you as well. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Stuart.
Through the chair, just to address Director Jacqueline's concern, I'll just check with Angela here. When you open up the PDF of our agenda on the website, the first thing you get is 850 pages straight. On the left-hand side, there's 2 icons. One of them is an index icon. If you click on that, it's sorted exactly like it is in eScribe, where every attachment is actually separated for each item as well. So the public can go down, click on 7.5 for this item, you can see the staff report. Click on the second 7.5 item, you can see the first bylaw. 7.5 item number 3 is the 3rd bylaw. All the attachments are separated. So it is sorted exactly like you see it on eScribe. Maybe we just need to put some instructions in there if you are getting feedback that the public is just getting the PDF and they don't know that icon in Adobe works that way. We can put something on it, but it's definitely on there already.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, Zach. I mean, you're welcome to stick around, but thanks.
I'll go back and forth.
Okay. 7.6, we have public time in 3 minutes. I'm gonna entertain doing this one because it's actually a very simple one. So simple, there was no report with it, even though Stuart entertained multiple emails for me to figure it out. It's actually so simple. Can you just tell us what we're doing here?
Through the chair, this is simply an amendment to tie bylaw changes in other departments to our adjudication process. So obviously, the regulatory bylaw has to be linked to this bylaw in order for bylaw services to be able to enforce our regulatory bylaw for waste management, regulatory bylaw for utilities, and there was a small change for 1675, which is the zoning bylaw for F, J, I, and K.
All right. So second. Thank you. Further discussion? Jackman.
If I didn't go to FCM, I would have emailed this. And CDO just referred to it. Appendix 14 just is labeled zoning bylaw, and it's 1675, which is key. It's one of our older key ones. And I tried to find it. Is that all it's called? Zoning bylaw? Is that the entire title, or is it zoning bylaw and then the
Regional district, because it was just amended as part of the Area I file we just did. Regional District of Central Kootenay Zoning Amendment Bylaw. So it's, yeah, Regional District of Central Kootenay Zoning Bylaw number 1675. It actually doesn't refer in the title to the areas that it's related to.
I thought this might be an opportunity, but that's a whole other exercise.
Yes, it would be.
Change that. Thanks very much.
Cunningham? Yeah.
That's before, the requirement for, public hearings is a requirement of the act, of course, and we have to have them. But referring to Director Hanegraaff's experience, my last zoning amendment bylaw was held here in the office, and I was online. And the only people who were here in the office with besides staff were actually the two people who were asking for the zoning amendment. So the whole thing went through in about 10 or 15 minutes. We had nobody online. You had the chance to be online or to be here, and there was nobody. But it made a very fast resolution, something that saved a lot of staff time. I would suggest that we stress that kind of thing. If you've got 100 letters like the previous one, obviously you want a real decent public hearing, a meeting in person. But other than that, if it's easy and it's obvious that we can do it right here in the office and do it.
Thank you. That's not actually the motion we're on, but I entertained
I
it.
just wanted to.
Okay, I'm being quite lenient today. Let's see what time we end at. That's my whole experiment. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Oh wait, we need an adoption, please.
Move adoption.
Thank you, thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Ooh, 11:45. Public time. I'm gonna first start with those on the line or online, sorry. If you'd like to ask us a question, please unmute. Questions are to the board, and if you can focus on a question, that would be great. Is there anybody online, media, or the public who would like to ask the board a question? All right, not hearing anybody. Corinne or Jim? Or, I'm sorry, we also have a representative here from Kolesnikov. Did you want to ask us any questions?
No, thank you for the process. It's been an educational learning.
Thank you for your patience. Corinne, you have a question for us?
I do. Corinne, Area E. So restatement, number 15 in the notes, liability for the Nelson Transfer Station closure. So it looks like we have 740,000 set aside to deal with the contaminated site. I have a question though, since this is a transfer station and not a garbage dump, how did it get contaminated and why are we paying for contamination costs that maybe aren't related to garbage?
So through the chair, it actually used to be a landfill prior to it being a transfer station years ago, when the municipality operated it. It was turned into a transfer station after the regional districts were mandated to take on waste management. That's why we have former landfills in Spokane, Roseberry, City of Nelson here, because the municipalities used to be responsible for that. And then we closed them, turned them into transfer stations, centralized our landfill operations, but that used to be a landfill.
Thank you.
So even though it was a City of Nelson landfill, they're not responsible for the contamination of it?
Through the chair, it is a partnership. We are working with the city on the studies and the analysis of it. But right now it's sitting on the regional district side. City is a major player in that service. So the city taxpayers are supporting the work being done there.
Thank you. Central Resources actually had these conversations extensively going through that process. So if you want further information, you can speak with your director or you can speak with resource recovery manager. It's a long story. Thank you. Jim, did you have any questions for us? Thanks. Good to see you.
Thank you. I do have one.
Oh, yeah. Just come on up and indicate who you are if you
Very
can.
quickly for the mayors that are here, if you want a process, like Castlegar did for our expansion, so we.
Can you just say who you are?
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
Dwayne Sorensen, I'm the vice president of Pleasant Rock Lumber. The process that we went through with the city of Castlegar, so we went and looked at one of their properties in October. We started pushing dirt there a week and a half ago. So we went through a lot with them. They had a really efficient process. We went a lot of back and forth and we got where we are today within months. So they can be commended for that. The process that Maria's team went through, the process that their staff went through. So if any of the other mayors want to go through a similar process, find out what they did, because it worked. The process that you guys have to go through for private property, I get it, it's a process. As you said, there's lots of opportunities for improvement. There's no fault. The staff did a great job. The director did a good job at the public meetings, but it's a process and there has to be a faster way because it's painfully slow.
Thank you. We appreciate your comment. Thanks for being here today. Okay. That would be it. Shall we continue and then we'll break at lunch? So 7.7 small scale multi-unit housing. How we're going to do this is I'm going to ask for general questions. There's actually, I know for myself, I'm not moving forward, so I have my own motion. And I will be then asking for hands on others that may not want to. We cannot block these either way because they're adoption of regulatory bylaws. So we won't be blocking them for those who are moving forward. So I'm going to start with general questions. Jackman?
Yeah, thanks. So I've always leaned into trying to get us to a place where we look at what the land can support, not so much predetermined limits on what requires a variance and exemption, whatever, because that adds expense with professionals, it adds time, which costs money as well. And whatever we said earlier is our land use process is definitely not guiding the forming character of our communities. Developers have done that. I can show you a few little gated communities and some ungated where they have forming character under their own guidelines when you buy those lots, but we're just not in that business. But I feel we're getting boxed in. I am concerned that there are more requirements built into this than absolutely had to be under Bill 44 or any other provincial actions. Now, I didn't want to go put it to staff and say, oh yes, there's housekeeping language updates. That's not what I'm worried about. I've got other concerns I can't possibly go into today about, we got big lots, which now will very specifically say, you know, you get 120 acres, you have 2 houses, but one of them has to be 90 square meters. I don't understand that kind of thinking. I'm worried that we've done things we don't really understand. My APHC said, wow, we don't understand this. How can we comment? The Creston Valley Ag Society said, wow, we don't understand this. How can we comment? And some of my colleagues have said the same. Now I have to admit, I don't understand it fully. So the only reason I could go ahead with Area A is if I knew that we're circling back with a full OCP. And I know we got like a deadline 5 years from now. We can't do these things in 6 months or 1 year. I need a time when I know we're going to reopen the OCP and circle back and find out if we've over-regulated something or gone a little too far. I'm very nervous about the unintended consequences and impacts of this. I would love to get back to A, B, and C with a common OCP. We were almost there. But that's not something you can say, we'll put on the work plan and consider it in 4 years. My constituents will have fired me by then potentially and nothing will happen.
Okay.
So I'm going to approve, given a hard timeline, real soon on a work plan, how we're going to reorganize the work plan.
Okay, so that was more of a comment than a question, which is fine, but I want to cautious on us on.
Question of date on the OCP.
Date on OCP.
Yeah, through the chair, I think that the planning department's work plan document that'll be coming back to particularly RAC for consideration. I think that's for that conversation to have. definitely around the ABC discussion. Obviously that would make things more efficient to be able to do 3 of them together, but nonetheless, that's what that conversation will have, and I am pushing planning to get that document in front of RAC.
So my main concern at this moment is we're not gonna have a planning discussion. It's an important flag, I'm not debating that, but we're not gonna get into planning right now, because those are our primary concerns. The thing we're doing right now is you're either moving forward or you're rescinding 3rd reading. Those are the 2 things we're doing, and if you're gonna rescind 3rd reading, I've already submitted what I want changed. So don't include that in your motion, just send it to staff what you want changed. So that's what we're gonna focus on right now. Planning documents coming. Do you want to go ahead and move your motion, and then I'll continue with the rest of them?
Can you take a leap of faith and move the motion to adopt?
Go ahead.
Move.
Okay, second.
Presented.
Thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. So I do have a speakers list. I'm gonna go to you when I get to your actual bylaw, okay? So Area B, Director Tierney, are you ready to move forward, or do you want to rescind a 3rd?
Well, I guess I'll take a leap of faith as well.
Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah. The electoral area B, land use amendment bylaw number 2954, 2024. In a bylaw to amend electoral area B, land use bylaw number 2316, 2013 is hereby adopted, and the chair and corporate officer be authorized to sign the same.
Second?
Sure.
Thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. So Vandenberg, I had you on the list. Do you have a question? Do you want to rescind a 3rd? What would you like to do?
My colleague, Director Jackman, did a pretty good job of raising those concerns that I have as well. I mean, it's easy to get the provincial stuff blended in, but we still need that opportunity to take a look at the efficiencies through these OCPs and the lack of attention to them. The A, B, and C conversation, when I put them up side by side, B and C are almost identical. I need reassurance that we're going to hop into this and modernize it for our constituents for today, ASAP. That is a big concern to me, and Director Jackman pointed out even the 90 square meter. And we talked about that before, and there is no reason as to why secondary suites are held to a maximum of 90 square meters, which is a crazy number. And I'm concerned that that I'm going to approve something that I don't feel comfortable.
So you can rescind a 3rd reading?
I'm rescinding the meeting.
So your motion is that the Area C Land Use Amendment Bylaw 2955, being a bylaw to amend electoral Area C Land Use Bylaw, is rescinded to 3rd reading. Is that it, Ange? Okay.
3rd reading.
So do we have a second?
Sure.
Thank you. So Director Vandenberg, just to note, follow up with staff on what it is you would like to change or what process you want in place. Don't do that here right now, because it's a long discussion, but just make sure that you're following up with staff with what you're wanting to see changed.
Thank you.
Okay, further discussion on the motion. I saw you, Paige, but on the motion?
On the vote, just for clarity, it's 90 meters on secondary suites or accessory dwelling units?
There's a bunch of different things. Yeah.
Dwelling units?
Yeah, it is for sure.
Thanks.
Okay.
Chair,
Yes, Dana, I'm sorry.
I put my name in the chat, but I don't think you had a chance to see
sorry.
it. I'm just concerned. I think you need to rescind until rescind second as well if you're wanting to make an amendment. So 1st reading can stay, but you need to go back to 2nd and we can reread 2nd reading. So go past 3rd to 2nd.
Ange did not indicate that. She said it was only 3rd, so.
Right. So 1st and 2nd, you can make changes.
Yeah.
As of 3rd, you cannot.
So through the chair, so different than item 7.8, which was the boring bylaw from last month. We just rescinded 3rd reading, made the changes, and you're adopting it next.
Yeah, so the intention is we're making changes.
Yeah, so through the chair, even with our amendment, our bylaws amending zoning or land use, we always do 1st and 2nd and go to public hearing because you can still make changes at 2nd reading. It's when you go to 3rd that there's no longer any changes. So we're rescinding 3rd reading, so you're back at 2nd.
So you are at 2nd. Okay, so rescinding 3rd gets us to 2nd. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank
thanks.
you,
Just
Dana.
wanted to make sure. Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate that. All those in favor? Opposed, carried. So I will be doing the same for area D. Area D, again, 24 unincorporated communities, one with zoning, much development pressure, been in the queue for many years for planning. So hopefully we're not arm wrestling each other over who needs planning updates. Hopefully we'll just get more consultants in. And I've also sent specific changes to the actual zoning changes for Ainsworth on this one. I've already sent those to staff. So I will move that the electoral area D land use amendment bylaw number 2956 2024 being a bylaw to amend electoral area D land use bylaw is rescinds third reading.
Third reading. Bylaw 2956.
Okay. Andrew's got the writing, the wording. Thank you. Staff knows what we're doing. That's important. Do I have a second? Thank you, Pendergraph. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Area G.
Yes, thank you. Since our land use amendment bylaw was fairly recent, some of the changes were already incorporated in that bylaw. So, and I have talked extensively with the people in Area G who are concerned about the provincial changes and the input of them. So therefore, I have no difficulty at all saying that I will move the recommendation that the electoral area G land use amendment bylaw 2957 being a bylaw to amend area G land use bylaw number 2452 2018, so 6 years ago, is hereby adopted. Chair and Secretary officer authorized to sign.
Do I have a second? Thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And Director Hanegraaff, I had you on the list, and I know this next one includes you as well as several others, so I'm going to go to you first.
Okay, and I don't know. There's an error in the document where it hasn't been updated. On point 16, it says for Udashenya community water supply, only 0.4 of a hectare is the minimum size. It's actually 0.2. That changed, I don't know how long ago. So it needs to be corrected. However, we do that because 0.4 is a full acre, 0.2 is half an acre. Half an acre is the minimum lot size in Udashenya currently.
Okay, so currently the document you're looking at says 0.4, it's supposed to be 0.2.
Yeah.
Dana, can you speak to that?
Yes, to the chair. It's going to take me a minute to pull up that exact clause, but I think what Director Hanegraaff is referring to is in the areas that had water systems, there were smaller lots allowed, and it depended on your density. So for a 1-family dwelling unit, you could have X, say 0.2, and if you had a 2-family dwelling unit, which was a house, which under our old rules used to be a house and a suite or a duplex, it was 0.4. Because there's never going to be a lot that only has abilities to have 1 dwelling unit, that's where it got bumped up to the 2 dwelling unit size. So because there is never going to be a lot that only has rights to develop just 1 dwelling unit, so it probably just doubled. For that reason, I had to do that in other zones, but I can check specifically to make sure that's not an error in Udashenya, but I suspect that's why, and that was the rationale.
So 0.4 is actually the correct number according to what you've done, Dana, and then I'll come back to you, Hanegraaff.
Yeah.
Okay, so Hanegraaff, you can.
I don't get it, because the minimum lot size is 0.2 for a water hookup in Udashenya.
So through the chair, for a property that's allowed 1 dwelling unit.
Right.
Because of this new legislation, there are no longer lots that allow just 1 dwelling unit. You are now at 2. So the 0.2 goes to 0.4. That's what Dana was saying.
Yeah, but that's not the reality. So what? Zoning has, my OCP, it's only 30 years out of date, so, let's just talk about that for a second. So the minimum lot size by virtue of this is now back up to 1 acre. Do I pretend my neighbor's house is also on my property or what?
Dana, go ahead.
I'm still scrolling, but so when we get a subdivision application, there's no longer a lot that we can assess for just accommodating 1 dwelling unit because the provincial regulations require 2 dwelling units across the board. And so we've gone and taken the minimum lot size for 2 dwelling units instead of 1 because we're no longer allowed to limit lots to just 1 dwelling unit. And so we want to make sure the size of the lot can accommodate servicing for 2 dwelling units. Whether or not the applicant or in the future wants to do that, maybe a future owner does, but we have to make sure that we're setting up the land to allow for 2 dwelling units because that's the new requirement across the board.
My recommendation is we're getting quite a speakers list on this, which I understand. I would recommend that because this is at the phase of adoption and there's confusion, that you either refer or you rescind a third reading and you have the time of staff to work through these details.
So
Yeah, I'm not the only one involved.
I've got you on the list, David, off, so
Yeah.
you want me to go through?
Can we refer it to next month and get some clarity on this between now and then?
Yeah, just before you second, I'm just gonna go to David off to make sure, because he's a part of this bylaw. David off, can we refer this to next month and then we'll get clarity?
yeah, I'd like to make some comment, like, so is this is a referral motion. I can only speak to propriety of referral, but I had some
Haven't accepted
questions.
the
I had some
not
questions.
accepted. David off,
Yeah.
let me finish.
Oh, sorry.
There is no referral at the table right now because I'm gonna allow you, but please do not get into planning, don't get into the details. The whole
No.
point is that you take it away. So
No,
it's very specifically, go ahead.
Yeah, so my, what I was going to say was we have gone through our OCP process. We have gone through this document. Our APHC has gone through all of this, but I believe that Director Hennegraff and I need to spend some time on this document. So I welcome referral for a month, not a rescission, but a referral, so that the two of us can get together, and I would say for 2 months, because summertime is going to get silly here for us. So I would suggest referral for 2 months to allow us time, and maybe even our APHCs to get together to talk about this jointly. So that's kind of what I'd like to suggest. So I welcome referral. So Director Hennegraff wants to make a referral motion, but I just wanted to make those comments to allow us for, because this is 2 areas, not just 1.
Okay, yeah, got it.
I think, yeah, 4 and 4.
It's 4 areas.
Oh, 4 areas. That's right. Sorry.
Can we just move to the motion to refer? You guys can take it offline. I'm not gonna recommend 2 months. It's actually at a deadline of June 30th. And so you need to work it out with staff on how they request that extension regardless. Sangeeta, go ahead, and if you can be brief, please.
Yes, through the chair, I was just going to point out there is a deadline. I wanted to ask Dana, the deadline was to bring this forward to board, but I'm not sure if adoption has to be done by June 30th. So that will determine if we can actually do referral right now.
Through the chair, the provincial deadline is for adoption to take place by June 30th. And so for the bylaws that won't be adopted by that date, we won't be in compliance with the province.
Which is fine. We're gonna do it. We've already done it. Their deadline was not reasonable to begin with, so we're gonna refer these if necessary to get it right.
So do I have to read?
1 second, please. Stuart?
Through the chair, I actually recommend you rescind third reading, because if you want to make any changes to the bylaw, you don't have to bring this back to rescind third reading in July before you can do anything. So it just makes sense. If nothing changes, you can bring it back for third and adoption in its current state, but it provides you more flexibility if you rescind third reading.
Yes, make that motion.
Okay, I move that, bylaw 2958, do I have to read the whole thing?
No.
I move that it be, first reading be rescinded.
Thank you. Newell seconded several times.
Yeah.
Okay, and I'm sorry, Paul, is that good for you? You had your hand up, but.
That's the suggestion that I was gonna make.
Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. And staff, I'm sorry if the province gives you a hard time because we made those moves, have them call me.
Blame us.
Yes, it's, their deadline was ridiculous to begin with, and we're doing what we can to do the best.
So through the chair, the District of West Vancouver flat out rejected all of these changes to their bylaws. So you're not the only one who's missing the deadline.
All right. Let's take some lunch. Thanks, everybody. In an hour.
Yeah, an hour.
If you can, thank you. Okay. I'm just gonna check with our directors online. We've got David off, we've got Director Fike, Director Ludden, are you back as well? Oh yes, there you are. Thank you. Okay, here we go. We are on item 7.8, bylaw 2962, West Waste Management. This is for adoption. Papa?
And thank you, Chair. One of the recommendations that the West Waste Management Sub-Region Refuse Disposal Recycling Loan Authorization Bylaw number 2962/2024 be adopted, and the Chair and Corporate Officer be authorized to sign the same.
Do I have a second? Thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Community Services 8.1.1 Policy Financial Access and Inclusion. This is for adoption.
Rescind and adopt the policy.
Yeah, okay, thank you. And Joe's on the line. Do we have questions? We ready to move the motion? Weatherhead and then Paige. Weatherhead, go ahead.
It's just my question was around, the, maybe I'm on the right one here, that this includes area K. And yeah, and so I just wondered, is this somehow supposed to be applicable to our rec centers?
If they're not owned and operated by the RDCK,
yeah,
I don't believe our policies supersede independent societies, but Joe, you unmuted, go ahead.
Well, no, through the chair, your answer was correct.
Okay.
I was just unmuting in case.
Thank you. I mean, they're welcome at times. The policies we do can be used as templates for them. So that's the opportunity, but they're not enforced.
Okay.
Paige, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just gonna mention here again that this is adopted. I guess the question is, when this is adopted, it comes back in a year. Everyone's heard my concern about the reduction of the $500 benefit for annual access down to 150, which is real. Now there's mitigations we've done during this period until we get data, but how will this be coming back after that evaluation period for consideration to changes to this policy? Because at adoption, this will be the policy, and we will have lost what we currently provide of a $500 credit to access our facilities and reducing it down to 150, making people jump through a ton of hoops as per our policy in order to access the facility and deem that benefit, which you can't do anyway. You can't get back up to the full benefit that we currently provide.
So I've got Tricia and Joe online who would like to take that question. The question is, how does this come back to us in terms of the review? It's in a year and consideration on those changes.
Through the chair, thanks. Through the chair. So the goal right now is to actually come back long before this becomes an issue. So our plan right now is to report back through the All Rec Committee actually in September, which will just be several weeks after our launch, which will be to inform you of all the process we've done to work with the existing members, how we've sort of gone through a launch of the program, and then actually probably bring it back again in January to say, this is where we're at. Meanwhile, throughout that whole 3 or 4 months, staff will continue to monitor where the subsidy levels are actually at. And if we need to make different choices, knowing the intent of the policy, then we will certainly work through our proper processes to do so. So it is very much a monitoring piece. We know the sensitivities around at the end, trying to make this policy broader and accessing more services while not trying to hinder or create barriers for participation.
Supplemental, or does that answer your question? Good, thank you. Director Davidoff, go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to move the recommendation.
Okay, do we have a second? Thank you. It's on the floor. Discussion? Do you have further, Director Davidoff, or just moving the motion?
No, I just want to thank Joe and Trish for all the work on this. This was a pretty big job. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you very much. The municipal services agreement with the Village of Caslow.
So I'll move the motion that the board directs staff to enter into a municipal services agreement with the village of Caslow from May 1st to October 31st, 2024 to deliver and coordinate fire smart programming in Caslow and Area D and supervise a staff position provided by the village.
Thank you. I'll second that. Discussion? Already well in action, good stuff happening. Very happy for this. Shared services working well together. Thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. So this is the board report. Dana, thank you so much for coming back in the room. I'm sorry about all the technical hiccups on, or not just technical, but all the other details in your previous item. Thank you for all your work on it. No, it's the province we're cranky with, probably, not you in any way. You did great work on those other items and on this one. So just want to acknowledge you. And is there anything you want to speak to on this report before directors might have questions? I believe one director has a motion. Anything you want to share with us?
I'm going to share the staff report and an attack for local and development services implemented the billing.
Yes, okay, thank you. Paige, you had a motion?
So we got the presentation earlier. NADP has received a number of these presentations as well. So I do have a motion here that based on the recommendations within the report, that staff be directed to prepare a report for the board consideration that outlines how the RDCK could establish a service that could enable the collection of funds for the purpose of supporting pre-development of housing projects within the regional district.
Is there a second on that motion? Seconded. I'll put myself on the speakers list. Who would like to speak to it? Jackman?
Yeah, thanks. Reading through the examples was quite good to see how, I see Cowichan, $3.87 per assessed value and all the different ranges and all the different things they do. Sometimes it's on staff, sometimes it's to acquire property or develop as a lead. So we're not gonna have a report on one thing, I hope. I hope the report will be writ large regionally, but for us, I don't see how that would necessarily be as effective as sub-regional, because Creston's ahead of the curve. They actually are, they're positioned, they know what they want to do, and they've made some very firm decisions about how they're going to assist all of their local organizations get on with this. Nelson's in its own position. I know nothing, almost nothing, very little about Castlegar except, bit snippets. So I hope it's not going to be a region-wide lens. Region-wide, sub-regional, and all the options of staff support, staff lead, and or get pulled into the business. And if it's that, I'm good. Broad focus.
Paige, can we go through the speakers list and then you can come back to it, or?
Be quick.
Okay.
Do you want to add the word sub-regional within sub-region of the regional district for clarity?
Regional / sub-regional committee would be.
Let's get through the discussion and see where we land.
Sure.
I will go last, so Lockwood and then David off. I'll put Newell on there. Go ahead. You go.
Okay, my only concern with this is coming as a municipality. I understand that although the regional district does not just like they don't with Nelson, tell them how they're gonna build and stuff like that. So with this establishment service bylaw, I'm concerned that we're painting everything as the other speaker is, that we're painting everything under one brush. And we know that there's lots of different nuances with zoning and stuff like that. How does this complicate things by making it regional? Is my that's my concern and questions in my own head.
I don't know if staff can answer that.
And flag it for a report.
Who's taking notes on this from a staff perspective? Dana, thank you. So you flag that note. Okay, thank you. David off.
Yeah, this is a really interesting area, but we're really asking what this motion is doing, and it's not worded the way it should be, is a director is moving that we do a business case analysis to establish a service, be it regional or sub-regional. And the key thing is the chair and others have spoken about our work plan. I can tell you right now how frustrated we are in Area I because we've been waiting for an RFP on a daycare possibility and a service in our area to pay for daycare and community halls. And we can't even get an RFP done because staff have informed me that they're too busy. So there's no work to do an RFP that I provided a grant for. And now we're looking at establishing, doing a business case analysis for a new service, and we're actually considering it. There's a whole bunch of work. We've been working on daycare in our community halls for 6 years. And we can't get an RFP out. So I completely am opposed to this additional work being added. And I understand it's important, but it's another service that we're looking at establishing. So on that, I'm going to vote against this because if we can't get an RFP that Area I is paying for, why would we take on this additional work? And I get the merits of it.
Thank you. So directors, and I'm going to say this to myself, I need us to be a little cautious over how we are framing the capacity our staff currently has. Their capacity is completely determined by what we and the province put in front of them. So I just really want to make sure our staff don't feel like we're beating them over the heads, which I can do at times. I'm not pointing this out to Director Davidoff, but our language today has been a little bit about, you know, staff aren't keeping up. Well, their work plan is what we needed. And so if we're recognizing adding to that is not a good plan, it's not staff's fault. Staff is doing everything they can to keep up. So I'm saying this to myself as much as I'm saying it to you as my colleagues. Let's be cautious about how we're framing how much work we put in front of our staff. So I'm going to go ahead and speak then because it's related and I was on the list and then I'll come back to the main list. So I do share the concerns as Director Davidoff noted. Our current work plan is overfilled and we have planning that needs to be completed to even have bare bone servicing in place. I currently have an AAP out for first responder service and I'm hearing from seniors that they're torn because they financially are really having a hard time with the increase in taxation, which has a lot to do with assessment, but it also has to do with the cost of servicing that is inflation. It's all sorts of things we can't really control. And they're debating a first responder service, which is critical frontline servicing. So I feel like it's merited, it's important, but I'm way back here saying I need good planning and I need servicing like water, and we don't even have wastewater in the regional district. I'm not saying we should. Servicing in rural, geographically sparse areas is very, very expensive and challenging. So it's hard to portray that when it's not your experience or your knowledge in terms of what you're experiencing in a municipality. I know Village of Capital is really great. We work great to understand each other. Overall, I would be opposed. We have enough on our plate right now. We need to catch up as fast as we can and as well as we can. And we need to be clear that when it comes to increasing taxation to deal with affordability, sometimes you're working against yourself. And that would be one of my main concerns with the cost of this. But staff has so much to do that I want to be clear about what we put on our plate and being ready for that and then having the capacity. Newell, McLaren Co, Maine.
Thank you. I too am speaking in opposition, with all due respect, to the intention of the motion. I think that after item 8, if item 8.2.3 were to be passed, and we were to at some point in time receive a housing needs report, we might as a regional district feel more comfortable about moving forward with some form of housing entity plan. I think that it is such a big ticket item. 40 units at 800 square feet equals $12.8 million. It's just such big numbers that it's, from my perspective, I'm dealing with trying to help a trail get built for 5,000 and help, you know, the bicycle people with 40 or 50,000 and get a parking lot done at Tagum Beach. It's just so far beyond my comprehension of how we could fund things and add to the tax burden. I won't go into what area my taxation assessment went up this year and over the last 4 or 5 years, but housing just seems like, so I'm going to probably support 823 and vote in opposition to this one at this point in time.
Thank you. McLaren Cole.
Thanks, Chair. And I, coming from the big smoke of the cast municipality, I appreciate the perspective of rural areas that we don't have it's a different situation, so I appreciate that. Notwithstanding that and notwithstanding the work plan and the issues surrounding that, I would just say to the funding of just the pre-development costs of housing, and not to get onto housing as an issue, but it is, to my mind, the existential crisis of our time right now. And I think at one point or another, it needs to be addressed by all levels of government, including even just minor ways from local government, but I'll say from a big smoke, from small communities like mine or smaller, it's those pre-development funds, not even having that initial, like from area B to Nakas is the same as Nakas to Councilgar. Like the larger a city doesn't understand what a village goes through. And even $5,000, that makes a big difference if that's just the first money in the door to get something rolling. So I'm not speaking in for or against, I'm just saying that should the board support this, there's value to supplying that first in funding. If it is indeed selected as a priority. So thanks.
Thank you. I do have main page, I'm gonna come back to you regardless, even put Cunningham on the list. I think it would be important to just refresh our memory on what we do have. We do have a housing needs assessment report. This is a revamp. The next one is a revamp on new requirements. Sideline procedures bylaw, I'm asking for a provincial administration section so we can see all the things that we're being required to do that were not our choice. But Dana, can you just provide for us, because we've actually given quite a bit of direction to staff regarding housing, and I'm not recalling all of those motions right now. So of course the housing needs assessment report is going to be required, but there are other actions we have already given. Can you remind us what those are in the housing aspect of things?
Sure, Chair. Can you hear me from here? Would you like me to come to the
You might need to come to. Thanks. Thank you, Dana.
Thanks, Chair. Good question. At my time at the regional district over the past 5 years, I think we've really started to look into housing more than we have in the past. And so some of the initiatives that we've undergone is in 2020, we had our housing needs assessment. And that was a regional initiative. All the member municipalities participated except for Castlegar, only because Castlegar had just finished one, so they didn't need to. The next step was a housing action plan, which we also secured grant funding for, and that was completed in 2023. So that housing action plan provides recommendations for next steps and how we can further housing. And so it's kind of like a roadmap of recommendations of how we can go further. And this was one of the recommendations of the housing needs assessment. The Greater Nelson Housing Needs Entity Study is focused on the City of Nelson as well as electorals E and F, and that's what we have the presentation on today. And then other initiatives have just been supporting our smaller municipalities and their nonprofits, and so helping them set up events or just giving advice on funding calls, providing support on data for their grant applications, and just trying to provide a little bit of capacity for them. And I just also wanted to note one of the reasons why this report recommends focusing on pre-development funding is lots of times when nonprofits are applying to BC Housing or other funding calls, there's funding available for the construction process, but they need to have all these boxes ticked before, and it's kind of a gap in funding that there isn't grants available. They want you to have those ducks in a row to see that a project is feasible, and so that's why this report focuses on saying, that's maybe where we could pitch in the most.
Thank you. And Dana, do you know, I committed community works fund and a large amount to the Caslow facility, and time-wise, it didn't work out, but community works would qualify for pre-development, would it not? Or if you don't know, sorry.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure, but I'd be happy to look into it.
Okay, no problem. I'm gonna go back to the speakers list. I just wanted a refresher on that. I do believe we also have a motion to investigate lands available in the area that was part of the housing.
Yes, sorry, that was
Okay.
passed in February.
Thank you. All right, so back to the speakers list. Paige, I was gonna go to you last, just so you can hear everything. That works. So Maine, Cunningham, Vandenberg.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Director Page, for bringing this forward. Thank you, Dana. We're being plunged once again into taking total responsibility for an item that is not our jurisdiction. We're not supposed to be in the business of building housing. So we have other orders of government who are downloading more and more on us. That's just, that's background. It's the way it is, and kicking against it isn't going to change it. I think we need to certainly look into all avenues of funding the pre-development phase. Silverton has, sort of since we did the study in 2020, we haven't done anything or thought anything about housing. So we're just at the state of getting back into it now, really looking forward to, the next phase. I think this is a little bit premature, but I think it's also a really good map for the rest of us to use to anticipate stuff that we're going to have to do. I really, I resent the province forcing us to do things that are outside of our jurisdiction, outside of our capabilities, and taking away from us many of the choices that we would wish to make for our communities. Saying that is not going to change the situation. So, Director Page, with all great respect and enthusiasm for this, I see it as a map rather than as a document that I'm going to adopt at this moment.
Thank you, Director Cunningham.
Thank you, and I certainly agree with the previous speaker. Certainly, the difficulty of this time is definitely. My question then is through staff through the chair is, could we save this report for investigation after the last one is done? I mean, I know we've got a queue, and some of the queue might last 10 years, but somewhere along the line, it will be considered. And I think it's an important item to consider. I was just wondering if we could refer it to that time.
Yeah, we can always do that.
Okay.
You want to hang on to that until the end of the discussion, and we'll just see what Director Page wants to do. Vandenberg.
Yes, thank you. So I did read through the housing action plan spring, just to refresh myself with it. I am interested in having a sub-regional conversation so that I can understand where our position could be. And so I've been a little reluctant to move forward with anything new. And just a reminder that the action plan came out with some actions, including regional growth study, policy and process revision, region-wide monitoring, housing service bylaw, seed funding and grants. There's a lot to it. There's a lot of steps to it. Not saying that I think the timing is important, but for me right now, today is not the day. Also in that report, if you add up the cost to moving forward, we're in and over $1 million just to continue forward with the actions on there. So for me, until I understand where we sit sub-regionally, I can't agree to anything forward. Not that I don't want to, it's just the timing's not right for me. So just want to make that point.
Thank you. So I got Graham and then DeBoon.
Thank you through the chair. So the Mascola study, like to me, and this is just sort of, new jumping into this thing, like it seems at the end, it came back to, we're already doing this. So we paid for a study to tell us, like, basically, we're already partnering with the nonprofits in the area. They're doing a good job of housing, and this should continue. So I just, find myself concerned about paying for things just to find out that what we're doing is right. And I thought, maybe I'm wrong here, maybe somebody can correct me here, but I thought there was an announcement from Mascola that there was now some pre-development funds available somewhere. I thought I heard that from them in one of the presentations.
It was likely a provincial or a federal funding pot, not a local pot. Thank you. Okay, so I have to boon again, Paige, I'm just assuming you want to hear the whole conversation and then we'll circle back to you. To boon, go ahead.
So speaking as an entity that was well on the way to doing this, I just have some comments here. Some of this matches what we're doing, of course. Our seed money for this came through the Growing Community Fund, and I don't know where RDCK sits with that fund, but that's the intent of the fund is to get things going. So they've given us $2.35 million. I'm not sure what the amount was to RDCK, but that was one of the reasons that was there. We've applied once already for the Housing Accelerator Fund, and we've been encouraged to apply again by our own Prime Minister last week. So there is funding. There are other ways to seed this with other funders as well. And so of course we look at those, but we understand if you don't get the funding, our strategic priority in 4 years for our community, and probably the same with regional district, I haven't reviewed it, is to grow housing and available housing for people. So that's what we're doing in our 4-year term. We want to see some success and some progress. So if we kind of sit on this and don't do that, we're not really gaining on the priorities that we have. So I really encourage people to consider moving forward on the things that are important to our people, which this is. So I support it, and the other part of it is the nonprofit entities. And if you take a single nonprofit and say, how would you like to do this? Most of them are going to say no because they have the capacity. So we work with Nicola to combine our nonprofits into a super entity of more capacity. And we would like our nonprofits as an amalgamation to run all the nonprofit housing, non-market housing that we have, because most of our nonprofits and in a lot of communities, they're old and tired and don't want to keep doing it, but no one is going to replace them. That's why we're changing the way nonprofits work to actually have the capacity to do these things. So there are a lot of sort of side conversations that all seem to come together when you're doing this. And you have to basically work on all those and again, work on funding. But if we say, well, let's just delay this and let's think about it more, in our 4-year terms, we don't get done the things that we really want to get done. And we're not serving our constituents by talking about it and not getting anything done. And so my concern is that that's what I hear here today. And I'm hoping that we at Preston are the example and we don't go down in flames and you guys say, too bad for you guys. But I think a lot of communities are doing this and thinking about it. It's obvious, you see it all over. So it is a priority and it is a real concern. So we need to keep moving with this and we need to keep that in our mind as we go. And we need to think about ways we can do this that keep us swimming upstream if we have to. And by trying to delay this or change it, it's not getting us what we want. And waiting for money won't get you where you want either. You have to have the capacity to borrow money and do the development.
So I think it's important to note, our baseline is very different.
Yeah.
When you're talking about rural areas with zero servicing, zero land use planning, we don't have the same baseline. So it's not that it's not a priority. It's not that it's a delay. It's that we don't have a foundation to put windows on. And so I just want to be clear about what we're hearing here. I don't think I'm hearing anybody say this is not a priority. There's things that need to be in place in advance of these type of work that are not in place for many of our areas. And that's where it's similar to the bylaws we just reviewed, where we're trying to do things where we don't even have people doing compliance and enforcement on septics. So there's a big gap there.
Yeah.
And I just want us to be clear that no one's saying this isn't important and no one's saying don't want to do it. And no one's saying let's punt it down the line because it's not important. It's that there's a big line to get through to even get to the capacity to do this. I did want to ask Stuart, the Growing Communities Fund went through us, I believe it was about a year ago at this time. We named everything we were doing. I think it was just under 4 million we had.
Just over 4.
Just over 4. And if you look at where all that money went, it would give you an indication of like housing is way over here compared to resource recovery facilities, rec sites, water systems. That's where, again, that the baseline is quite different and we have to address all of those things. And so that growing communities fund was eaten up before we could even think about the things that are priority today. Did you want to say anything else to the growing communities?
Well, I guess through the chair, there's no way we could have used it for housing because regional district had to transfer it to the service where it was going to be used by last December. So it had to be sitting in there. We don't have a service, we didn't have a service. Okay, so.
And we had a lot of services that was barely a drop in the bucket. The Ducamel work on the dikes would be a higher priority in terms of safety and all the houses in place. So I just really need to be clear that we're not saying something isn't important, but when you see the list of things that are already in deficit, we have to be prudent to dealing with those. Okay, back to you, Paige.
Okay, my grand rebuttal. Okay, comfortable. From an affordability standpoint, this is state funding. When we're talking to our residents and constituents about what we're doing for affordability, being able to see projects supports that. It helps make things more affordable. From a responsibility from other orders of government, all the orders of government, including ourselves, need to have the capacity, the planning, and the ability to action, the tools that we can leverage to be part of that solution. So if we can solve, which is what has come out of this over a year and a half worth of engagement, one of the values that we've heard today is because we went forward on this, our nonprofits in Nelson are now, they were not 2 years ago situated themselves to do more projects. It was from this whole process of collaboration, discussion, looking at resources available that was born out of this. And it has been with the continual effort of the NADP, where ENF and Nelson come together, that has even had them go after what pre-development funds there are available. This is a multiplier. This enables other organizations outside of the regional district to chase after this problem. The ability to have $5, $10, $15, or $20,000 to see if you can get septage on a site, the cost of the scoping of a project, to get it ready to go to BC Housing or CMHC, that enables those organizations to carry that work so those values can be delivered, and it gets that off our plate and it gets the pressure off of us to be doing something about this. The worst thing we can do at times, I believe, is we can not validate the work that we've already done. We've gotten to a point, we've done collaboration, we've done workshops, we've had electeds, we've had municipal councilors at the table. When we do all that work and have recommendations and don't land it with a tool that then can be leveraged to relieve the pressure and work on the problem, then we can wait longer, we can do more studies, but we're not delivering that value. And so I feel that there's a strong case here that we have this recommendation, let's really evaluate it, whether we're doing it or not, but it helps deliver the value of that entire process so that we're actually addressing the issue and taking the pressure off. The needs report, regulated, we already have one. We already have one that tells us all of the things. There are more projects in the needs report, more need in the needs report than we could ever address in 10 years. We have lots of work ahead of us. So we need to apply some of the tools for it. And the updated needs report will refine that vision for the next 5 years. We have homeless camps forming on our city lawns. So this issue is both acute and becoming more acute. And while I appreciate the very rural context of some of the situations and some of the work that needs to happen there to take advantage of funds like this or to be part of this solution. There are other parts of the regional district that we are at breaking points because we need additional supports to get these nonprofits the work and the resources they need to build the spaces. From a property tax perspective, there are downloading that's going on, but our goal and our mission with property taxes is to support our built environments, make them work for our community and the services therein. Not all services, but the core services that make our communities function. And non-market housing within the spectrum is one of the things we can support by making sure our lots are serviced, that we're costing out the opportunities, and that we're enabling these nonprofits to go off and get additional bigger pots of money to actually build. And not in all cases, but if we're smart about this, they are then going to start paying property taxes. Like, we don't have to give them permissive tax exemptions. They start taking tax relief off because now there are people in those buildings They're paying rent. That building is paying property taxes if that's how we shape things, and that's some of the requirements we put in place. It enables collaboration. And so I'm for getting things going. We have done a lot of work on this. This has come up over and over again. This pre-development funds is a barrier. It's a barrier to getting things done, and we can, and I think rightly so, look at funding this from property taxes in a very modest way to get real big gains.
Thank you. I'm gonna go through the list. Yes or no?
Could the motion be read, Chair?
Yeah.
Because I don't know if pre-development's in there or subdivision. Have the motion.
Yeah.
That staff be directed to prepare a report for board consideration that outlines how the RDCK could establish a service that would enable the collection of funds for the purposes of supporting pre-development of housing projects within the regional district.
Thank you. And so let's deal with that motion. And then I'm gonna suggest anything outside of that, depending on what it does, please take it to your shared services or bring it back next month. We spent half an hour on a motion that was not on our agenda. The item was, so that was fine, but we need to move along. Is it absolutely necessary? Can we go to the vote, Dr. Cunningham?
Well, I think it would be before the vote, I propose a motion to refer this item until after the completion of the present funding needs study. So consideration of those things be referred until after completion of the funding needs study, when I think we might be in a better position to actually look at it constructively.
Is there a second on that?
I don't second that.
Okay, on the proprietary referral only? McLaren Co.
I'll speak against referral because, as was mentioned before, we already have a housing needs assessment, and this will, as Director Page said, will just further refine the fact that we have.
Okay. On referral, all those in favor? I gotta see your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4.
5.
1 on mine. Okay, referral fails. So back to the original motion. Director Lund, in favor or opposed? Director Lund, in favor or opposed?
She's muted.
You're muted. Can you unmute?
Looks like she's stuck on you.
Thumbs up or thumbs down? Okay, in favor. Director Main.
I'll vote in favor.
Lockwood. Opposed. Director Fike.
Opposed.
Director Page.
4.
McLaren Co.
In favor.
Hewitt.
Opposed.
DeBoon.
In favor.
McFadden.
Opposed.
Weatherhead.
Opposed.
Hanegraaff.
In favor.
Davidoff.
Opposed.
Popoff.
Opposed?
Cunningham. Newell. Newell.
In favor?
Graham.
Opposed.
I'm opposed. Vandenberg.
Opposed?
Tierney.
In favor?
Jackman.
Favor.
1, 2.
Split. 10-10.
It's 10, you'd need 11 to pass it. Doesn't mean you can't bring it back after the next needs of housing assessment, doesn't mean you can't talk about it at sub-regional councils, services.
So
Stuart?
through the chair, I didn't want this comment to cloud the debate, because I think the debate was about principle as opposed to any semantics in there. But I think that as the board starts to have more discussions around these housing initiatives, we need to talk about where the funding comes from for staff time. Right now, it's all from planning. It's all in rural areas supporting these projects and initiatives. It has been since 2020, but I do think it's something that we'll need to talk about coming up in the budget cycle.
Thank you. We're gonna keep moving. 8.2.3, regional housing needs report. This is an award, so we've already gone out to bid. Dana, is there anything you want to share with us? I did note that we didn't quite talk about in the report any of the other applicants or why McCullough was recommended. Is there anything you can say about that?
Sure. So this is, like I was here earlier, this is another requirement of the province to have an interim housing needs report completed by 2025. And the province has given specific criteria about what should be within that report, where in the past they weren't so specific. And that includes projecting needs out for a 5 and 20-year term. And so staff went out, because we did our last one regionally, and that seemed like a success. Staff went out to the municipalities to ask if they were interested. Lots were already on a roll, so that was great news. But we did partner with Nicholas, Silverton, and Silcan to put a joint RFP We had 3 proposals coming. The proponents were Urbanics Consulting, Urban Systems, as well as Macola. Each partner, so RDCK and the villages, had a staff member on the evaluation committee. We evaluated their proposals, looking at experience. So, is there junior staff versus senior staff? Have they worked in rural areas before? Or maybe data is hard to come by? Have they done projects like this similarly? We looked at their methodology. Have they hit all the requirements of the RFP? Is there engagement? Are we making sure that they're going to be being all the partners equitably? And then, of course, costing was another factor. And as well, making sure that we can meet, the consultant could help us meet the deadline for the end of the year. And so, considering all those factors and the weighting of our scoring matrix, the committee chose Nicole as a successful consultant.
Thank you so much, Dana. Jacqueline on the list. If only the province would do this for planning, we might be able to do more on housing front. Because this is a requirement, they're funding it, and it's now in advance for the second time of us attempting to deal with our planning. So, cart before the horse, big time. Can you put Vandenberg on the list, please? So I've got McLaren, Coe, Hewitt, Davidoff, Lockwood, Jackman, Vandenberg, and let's stick to the motion, please. We're not solving the housing issue in this discussion. And remember, we have a lot of other agenda to attend to. McLaren, Coe, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just be brief. Just some feedback through the chair to staff. I know that working in the data space for small communities is very difficult because there isn't often a lot of reliable data. But I wonder if staff can speak to the methodology in the proposals about how they might provide better data, because I've used the previous housing needs report and it's not as helpful as I would like it to have been, let's say.
Through the chair, yes, it's difficult for smaller communities to access the same types of data as larger communities. For example, for CMHC rental data, we only have, Nelson is the only town in that area that they have the data for, and so it can be tricky. One thing that was also a roadblock last time, in which our consultants helped us with, is the census data in small communities can be suppressed because there's not enough. Or the census boundaries cannot follow our boundaries because we've made too many arbitrary boundaries. And so that was one thing the consultant was able to help us with last time. That was also in their proposal this time. They can partner with the same data analysis, Turner Drake. So hopefully we felt like they were the best, giving us the most robust data out of the 3 proposals.
And just to add to that, I assume they're aware of the RDI data for remote communities that are not incorporated, because that is where they've done a lot of work to try and build that gap.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Hewitt.
Thank you, through the chair to Dana. Just wondering, council isn't on the list, and it sounds like when you did the outreach, it was when we were in a position where we were having staffing issues because we had an interim CAO who was, and also our CFO, and it never came to council. I did a quick search before I decided to put my name up. That this never came to council. So I'm just wondering, how that communication went out, because I don't remember hearing about it. And I keep a lot of stuff in my head. And like I said, we were in between. We had an interim CAO who had just started and was getting familiar with the community. So might not have had an adequate opportunity to understand what this was about, or it might not have gotten answered because there were so many other priority issues to be dealt with at that time.
Yes, so through the chair, you're correct. I didn't personally go to all the municipal councils. I reached out to staff. So for the larger municipalities, that would have been your planning manager, and for the smaller municipalities, that would have been your chief administrative officer. And then they would have taken it from there.
So I think is Castle involved in this? Because it's not on the list.
No, that's why.
Okay.
We just, sorry, through the chair, that's what my concern is that we might, right? And I didn't know we had the opportunity to do so. As the board member responsible for Castle, I would have ensured that this came to our council. And I just think that there was a gap because of our staffing situation. It's not your fault. But is there any way if we went back that the scope could be changed, or it is what it is and we're on our own? Because I remember asking at the meeting that Nicola did at the Prestige, I had expressly said that Caslo would be interested in being a part of any further house need assessments because we are so small and lack the capacity. And of course, you're not going to remember that. I remember that.
Yeah, and that was one of the reasons why I advocated to reach out to municipalities and why put out a bunch of small contracts that we can do one big contract when we all are trying to work under the same deadline. I'm not well versed in contracts and RFPs, so I'm not sure if it's possible to make a change at this stage or if we'd have to go up to tender to be fair and transparent. Maybe Stuart knows.
Through the chair, I don't think this would be considered a significant scope change to bring on another village when we've already got 4 as part of it. 3. So I don't think it would be a significant enough scope change that would be at risk or anything if we put some sort of change order after the contract was awarded.
So can you follow up with staff? Get staff to follow up with staff?
Yes.
Okay. You can be added, is what it sounds like. Thank you. David on the motion, please.
Yeah, Chair, just wanted to confirm the government's mandating this and the government's funding this work, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Lockwood.
Thank you. I'm gonna go off of Director Hewitt. I know that it was the CAOs of these different municipalities got together, had a discussion. And some of the questions that came back to RDCK staff was what was the cost and what was the deliverables in order for them to bring it to council, and that was with your last CAO, so that's why you didn't hear it. I had heard it also, and so that's what we were waiting for. We never ever got what the cost was, and we never ever got what the deliverables was, and that's why it never ever hit my council table. So when I look at this and I divide it by 14, it's $5,900, $6,000. I'm wondering, is that just per place? Is there a difference in, because one is a larger, is it per, like, how is it determined, the cost?
Okay. Yeah, so through the chair, there was a question from Salmo about the cost. Of course, we weren't able to determine the cost until these bids came in, but I was able to provide some information about what it cost last time around, and we could extrapolate a little bit to make our best guess about that. And for Nicola's bid, and it looks like what they did, we asked them to separate it by partner because each partner would be funding for their portions, and it looks like they divided it evenly. So each electoral area plus the 3, so they divided the 85,000 by 14, and I think how they arrived at that 60 or 50.
6,000.
Yeah, that 56,000 for each. So the RDCK is 62,000, and if you took 5,600 and times it by 11.
Is this?
So
I'm wrong?
Which my turn, sorry.
Kootenay.
So then I would like to also bring it back. We just had another council meeting, but if that's what we were looking at, was it 10,000, 20,000? What was our share? And because we hadn't got that, it's not been in front of us. So with it being at this kind of a cost, I would like to be able to quickly get that.
Okay, so staff are gonna follow up with both of your CAOs. And I think it's important to note that getting the bid was part of doing that cost analysis. So I think can we just be cautious about making Dana feel like she did something wrong?
No,
I really don't want Dana to feel like that. Okay, good. Maybe I'm being a bit of a mama here, but I just want Dana to feel good about all of her work and know that there's many moving pieces. Caslo and Salmo might be interested, so if we can have staff do that connection, sounds like we could amend the scope not too outrageously, so there is potential there. Jackman.
Thank you. My main questions were going to be around evaluation, and Dana did give us, of course, factors experience. similar work, rural experience, methodology, engagement level, cost. In general, for transparency, if there's 3 bids, it's nice to know what the bids were and at least the weighting on cost. I feel there's been a lot of pressure of justifying our costs and best value. Best value, I'm sure, is there. Macola, though, of course, knows us, and so they might have a bidding advantage. Not much we can do about that. But for transparency, that might be something to have, because this is now, if you look at all the initiatives Macola's done for us, Creston, Nelson, our collective, they're becoming the sole provider of service. Because communities started talking about buying in, the math doesn't add up. The motion is probably fine. 83,711 is what it says, but if you take the difference from that to 62,000 RDCK, the 3-way split would be 7,200 and change. Doesn't impact the motion, but it should impact anybody talking about buying in. Might be for a little more than what you see on the page.
Okay. Figure that out. Dana, go ahead.
Through the chair, I am able to, I do have the numbers of the other bids. I'm just not sure to this day if I can share that.
You can generally.
Through the chair, in the past, we have shared the dollar amounts of the other bids within the reports. I will say that, you know, in terms of the 3 groups that did apply or did bid on this, we do a lot of work with urban systems as well. Maybe not specifically on the housing stuff, but definitely have a good relationship with them and know their staff quite well. I do think that there's going to be, you know, a lot more opportunity, and planning staff agrees that there's going to be more opportunity for these same groups to bid. So I do think that we're in a different position, say, when we were with BGC, where it was more, they were the only player in the game and had such a proprietary process and knew us so well. I think we're in a different situation here in terms of overusing one vendor.
Thank you. So yes, you could provide them. We don't need to do that right now. In the interest of time, let's move along. In future ones, yes, you can provide them. Yeah. Sorry, Vandenberg.
Yes, thank you. Actually, Director Jackman did bring the matter forward, but I do believe that a policy in RFPs, this report should be amended to reflect the numbers from the others. One of the things I learned going through the budget process is transparency is king. And not putting those numbers in there suggests, well, read between the lines. I really believe that those numbers should be in there, should be amended into this report.
Thank you. We're not receiving the report back at the table, so can we just take it as in the future we'll ensure those numbers are there? We do get them through resource recovery, so it's just a matter of who's doing the report, and we'll make sure it's distinct across all reports.
It should be a standard. It shouldn't happen.
We're agreeing with you, and it will be. I'm just saying this report's not coming back to us, so amending the report is not a good use of time. But moving forward, yes, the numbers will be included as they are with most resource recovery and other bids. And if you want those numbers, we can.
And do you have those handy right now? Read them out.
Go ahead.
So, at the lowest, Urbanics consultants at $41,511, 285 hours of staff time. Urban Systems was $134,000, with 718 hours of staff time. And Macola Development came in the middle, $83,711 with 442 hours of staff time.
Thank you. We don't have a motion on the floor. Would someone like to move the motion? Thank you.
Sure.
Second. Okay, good discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And I apologize, directors, we're less than halfway through the agenda, so I'm going to ask you to do everything you can to move this along. Cunningham, is it on the next item?
Yes, I was going to move the 8.3.1 with a slight change that the term award Roman Narrows transfer station expansion with those words transfer station included before each, because otherwise, as you may know, a few years ago, there was a Roman Narrows expansion which was going to dredge Roman Narrows, and we didn't want anybody making a mistake.
Okay, so let's just make sure Ange has that moved with the, got it? Do we have a second?
Sure.
Thank you. Discussion. This is not dredging Roman Narrows. This is the transfer station. Thank you for that clarification. Good one. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. All right. Do we have Mario on the line? Awesome. Welcome back.
Hello, good to be back. Or maybe
Thank
sorry
you.
to be back.
It's okay, lots of changes. Well, in the process, that is not with us specifically. Stuart's gonna open and then we'll take any questions through to you, Mario. Thank you. Go ahead, Stuart.
So through the chair, the first part of this recommendation on the agenda is our standard annual thing that we do in June, which is approving the statement of financial information. The statement of financial information not only includes the financial statements that were approved last month, but also includes vendor, director, employee information. Since the financial statements were approved last month, there was an error noted in them that Mario felt was significant enough that it should be brought back and reissued. So as part of this motion, you're being asked to approve the financial statements again. The issue in the financials had to do with the new accounting standard around asset retirement obligations. You recall last month, Mario speaking at length around accretion expense. Is that what I'm saying that right? And we can walk through the changes that needed to be made to the financial statement if you'd like to, but really it had to do with two schedules not tying in because there was a placeholder number for that expense, that accretion expense was sitting there, needed to be removed to be able to tie two of the statements together. So really it was around those two statements with the accretion expense being incorrectly recorded in there. It was an amount of $1.2 million that was actually also labeled incorrectly as inventory. But we can walk through that if you'd like. I've got a pretty succinct summary on my computer, Mario, I could share if the board wants to, and then you could walk through it. But I leave it to the board as to what you'd like to do.
So directors, do we want to walk through the changes? Do you want to just ask questions?
Changes.
You want to see the changes?
No. I'm just saying that's all I want. If anybody.
Can we just name the changes?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Stuart's going to share that. Is that what you're doing?
Is that what you'd like me to do? Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
So through the chair, the vote will be all vote.
Yes, thank you. So sorry folks online, we're just getting a presentation you will be able to see on your screen as well.
The word simplify.
Mario, can you see that?
Yes, I can.
So this is the summary I got from Heather yesterday, and hopefully it summarizes things you can walk through it. Are you able to do that for us?
Yeah, so basically what happened here is this is the statement of changes in net debt. And when we pulled in the information for the asset retirement obligations, the accretion expense of 1.2 million was basically double counted on the schedule and showed up in this line item here. And so that line has now been removed from the new statements. And so if we see the net debt at the end of the year of $14 million, if we scroll to the next page, does not tie to what the actual net debt of 15.2 million was. And so that's really the only change that happened, was that the statement of changes in net debt didn't tie to the statement of financial position. The statement of financial position was correct, and it is isolated to this only. All the surpluses for the year, accumulated surplus, everything else reported was correct. And so that is the one error that was identified. And just to expand on, it was my recommendation that we recall and reissue the statements because they were posted online before this was identified. And so we wanted to make sure that for transparency, that it's clear that this was the only error and didn't call into question the rest of the statements by issuing a new set.
Anything else you want to add to that?
No, I'm good. I took David off and
Okay, Vandenberg and then David on.
Great, thank you through the chair. So then that which we got online is not accurate. We would have to go elsewhere to get that updated, that change,
Right.
That which was in our package.
Here, the financial statements in the package and currently in draft online on our financial statement page are these corrected statements.
Thank you. And then the second one, if I may, is that under number 11, municipal pension plan, I believe it's important to note that directors do not participate in the municipal pension plan note. It's not in there.
Yes. Thank you. Noted. David, go ahead.
Yeah, and I see that in the schedule of remuneration and expenses, there was an error that has been corrected as well. So thank you.
Thank you. Other questions, or can someone move a motion, please?
I'll move
Graham?
the recommendation in the agenda.
Yes. Thank you. Moved and seconded. Further discussion?
Does that include it as amended?
This motion deals with the amendment.
Yes.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Financial services grant, we're gonna go to Director. Oh, Mario, I'm sorry. Thank you.
Thank
You
you.
can
I'll
stay.
let you get the rest of the meeting.
Thank you so much. Okay, financial services grant, Vandenberg, you have one you need to remove before we move to release the funding on all of them. Go ahead. I'll come
I
back to
believe
you.
I have to
Cunningham.
do number 2 as a removal.
No, you do number one.
I do number 1, that the Goat River Resident Association, the amount of $7,500 be removed from the 2024 financial service grant.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
I'll second it here with a comment.
Yes?
Okay, it says the recommendation to remove the Goat River Resident Association has been added. Could we use the word grant in there in the title so that you understand we're not removing the association?
Oh.
Yes. It says the financial service grant list. It's a grant list.
If you read the whole thing, it's easy to understand.
Okay.
Within the title.
Further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Do you want to move the second one? You don't need to move it as amended. You've already removed it.
That the board authorize the release of the funding for the following financial grant services as of August 1st, 2024, subject to the receipt and staff review. Society and nonprofit organizational financial statements, minutes of the most recent annual general meeting, and a list of active officers as per attached. 2024 financial service grant list.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Thank you. Discussion? Looking online. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. UBCM resolutions and ministerial meetings. So on an annual basis, we will make a list of meetings that we will request as a board. It does not prevent you as a director from asking for a meeting for a specific issue in your area. These are the ones that the executive noted over the last while as being likely board ones. I think what I'm looking for is any disagreement with 1 to 4. Anything you don't want on there? Grant?
Question?
Yeah.
On number 2 with your Ministry of Water, Land and Resource Stewardship, this water licensing, is this only for water intakes, or does this include section 11 notification and approval application?
So this came out of our conversation at our debrief on the KLP and looking at other avenues for management.
No, that was number 4.
Oh, my apologies.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead on number 2.
So through the chair, water licensing, the specifics on your question, Director Grant, might have to do a little bit of research on unless there's a director who's a little bit more familiar with it. But originally this issue came forward from a former director, and the board passed a motion, went to UBCM, and we got a response back that basically said, we're doing the best we can. The 2-year delay for water licenses is something you're going to have to live with. That's essentially what the response was. So now that it's been a couple of years since then, and we're still seeing massive delays in licenses being issued, we'd like to talk to someone about them increasing their resources so that they can get stuff across the finish line.
It's important to note that this is like, again, rural areas where you have no local government owned water systems. Building a house can delay you 2 to 3 years just to get permitting on access to water, no wastewater systems. So it's part of that baseline that's out of step, and we're following up to say, hey, this is still on an unacceptable timeline, especially as you're asking us to increase density in housing. Jackman, you wanted to speak to that?
It's not only affecting homeowners, we have water systems where we have a golf course needing to get off. They can't get the license for lake water. There's no shortage of lake water. So we've run out of water in Greendale to the point of being below the fire protection level a few times, a number of times. Sanka, we are tied up in knots over a resident getting off that system to avert tens of thousands of dollars capital decision, whether we do or don't do something. It affects our services as well as residents.
Thank you.
And the Sanka one, they were told they were on the list. They're not a priority. And so they're not being reviewed at all. 4 years, 4 months, 5 months now. 4 years, 5 months, they're still not under review because there are other higher priority applications. They keep jumping ahead.
Thank you. So no disagreement with any of these. I'm not seeing any. You will always see the briefing notes through your UBCM on eScribe once we have it all completed. And if you want to see them in advance, once they're completed, I generally get to work with staff on those or the executive, whoever's got the expertise.
Yeah, through the chair, they're due pretty quick, so we can get them out to
Yeah.
the board so you can see them in advance.
The one I had flagged through conversations earlier was we all tend to agree that we want to see an increase to funding for libraries. I didn't know if the board wanted to request a meeting on that, or include that. We're not doing resolution, well, there's a resolution upcoming for UBCM from Director Popoff next on the list. But is that a meeting you would like as a board request? Stuart?
So through the chair, last year, there was about 4 municipalities within the AKBLG that all put forward a resolution to AKBLG on library funding, which then went on to UBCM. I could follow up to find out what their response letter looked like, and then we could determine how we move forward with that.
Okay, thank
So
you.
we can book with staff as well,
Yes.
right up until August.
Okay, so good to go on those. We don't generally do motions on these. We just make sure that if it's a board request, you are in agreement. Director Popoff, you have a motion here that you brought forward. Do you want to go ahead and move that motion?
Yes, I sure do. I'll read it, therefore be it resolved.
Thank you.
And then I'll explain it once it gets seconded, that the BC government work with UBCM to identify and implement measures to protect all elected local government officials from harassment, intimidation, and threats, thereby reinforcing a unified front to safeguard democracy.
Do we have a second? Thank you.
And I will speak to that one if I may.
Yeah.
We had a similar resolution at FCM. And that ended up in a debate of about close to an hour, if not longer. And they tried to list every minority group in there. And it did get passed. I left before it got passed because it was frustration to people lining up at the mics and listing friendly amendments. And, you know, there's a process that, in my opinion, and Robert's Rules of Order was not followed. Every amendment that was made should be voted on, and then et cetera, et cetera. So I looked at the resolution, I kind of crafted my own, I did a bit of plagiarizing on their resolution, and I changed it, and a simple change on there as all elected officials. And we're going to UBCM to basically put our oar in the water to begin with, because FCM is going to be approaching provinces at a later date.
Okay, so this would go to the UBCM convention. Is this a late resolution or is it going to be on time?
Go to the chair on time.
Okay, it's just not through AKBLG. That's the difference.
Yeah.
Okay, further discussion on the motion. You get to debate it at UBCM as well. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. License renewal. Yev is not here. Dwayne, sorry, Dwayne would be the one. Is he here? Does he want to speak to it? Oh, hi, Dwayne. Hello, there you are. Do you want to speak to this or entertain questions to begin?
I'm welcome to entertain questions unless someone wants more information.
Okay.
I'm gonna move. And further, that the board approve an amendment to the 2024 financial plan by increasing F100 GA proceeds from borrowing by 230,349 and increasing the capital project by the same.
Thank you. Is there a second? Thank you. Any questions, directors? Vandenberg, go ahead.
So what are we doing here?
Did you read the report?
Yeah.
So
I'm
that's
just
what we're
saying, is this in replacing what, or is this part of the exchange of softwares that's occurring? Does this fit into that?
No.
How is it that it wasn't available for us during the budget?
So through the chair, I'll let Dwayne speak to that.
Thank you. Dwayne, go ahead.
To the chair, yes, unfortunately, this was not in the budget as it wasn't identified or flagged. This was something that was acquired 3 years ago as part of the acquisition of the data center itself, and it came with 3 years of license and maintenance. That is now expiring in the middle of the year, and that wasn't tracked or identified at the budget time, so that's why we didn't get into the budget, unfortunately.
Thank you. So it's server licensing. Did that answer your question?
It does, but it's not okay.
Pop off?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And the question is, with our conversion to Microsoft Office, et cetera, how does this fit in there? I was under the impression that we're getting rid of all our servers or whatever, we're going with Microsoft Office.
So through the chair, this is in some ways a bit of what we had in the data center. So the email environment is no longer on that data center, but a significant amount of the services we provide are still on our data center. So our financial system, our Tempest software, our GIS software, there's a whole bunch of applications and services that are still on our data center, which is what we're talking about in this report. Over the next few years, probably some of those services will continue to move off of the data center, and we will reevaluate at the end of the 3 years what a data center needs are going to be, and the capacity is probably going to be different than what it is today. And that's at the point that we'll probably be replacing this or refreshing it with something different at that time.
Dwayne, on that one, I'm curious about if you're familiar with the LiDAR data. It was about 3 terabytes of data at the time of the process, which was quite a few years ago. I'm curious if that is being held within our servers, or given the province has that proprietarily protected, who's holding that data? And if you don't know, I can take it offline.
I do not know, sorry.
Okay. Sangeeta's still there? No, okay. Oh, Sangeeta is there. I don't think she heard my question. Well, it's a large amount of data.
Sorry, Chair, I didn't hear that.
It's okay, I'll email it to you, it's fine. No worries, thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Recorded?
Yep, thank you.
Recorded opposed, Vandenberg. Thank you. Okay, thank you, Dwayne. For information, permissive tax exemption policy has been received for information. So this is a good heads up for you to remind any of your nonprofits about the process. The bylaw has to be adopted by October. We've got Cunningham and then Vandenberg. Go ahead, Cunningham.
My question, I read through it, and maybe I missed it. Are cemeteries included in the non-taxable items?
Through the chair, I don't know off the top of my head whether or not cemeteries are tax exempt.
Can we possibly find out, because we do have cemeteries, and I don't know if they're taxed or not.
You can email Tom.
They've never been included in a permissive tax bylaw. I've never seen a cemetery in there.
Angela, go ahead.
So through the chair, according to our ad, it says athletic or recreation, public worship, or agricultural society.
There you go. So not cemeteries. We did go through this policy a year ago, so I know we tried to capture what was most important. Stuart, what were you gonna say?
No, through the chair, yeah. Municipalities, regional districts, libraries, public hospitals, public schools, private schools, cemeteries, church buildings, etc.
So cemeteries can be
Cemeteries,
included.
no, they're already tax exempt through the province.
Oh, they're already tax exempt through the province. Thank you.
Thank you.
Vandenberg.
Yeah, so just for clarification, kind of remembering this from last year, the first time doing it, did we not get a list?
You will.
Specifically,
This is the policy. It's like just a flag to make sure you know, talk to your notes. We will get the bylaw for approval, which is that list. September, October, it has to be adopted by.
thank you.
Any other questions? All right, agreement extension 911 contract extension. We do have David on the line and we have a motion. David, is there anything you wanted to share with us? Your report was well done.
Through the chair, no, the agreement renewal is standard, and we've been in this contract with the RDCO since 2014. It will conclude this September as well. Thank you.
Okay, I'm sorry, I have no idea what you're pointing to me.
This is, I meant to bring this up. This is the application, what we were just talking about, the tax exemption, and it said first public notice of application advertised no later than June 1st.
Yeah, I believe it's already on it.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
So that's the advertisement you were.
This is not the advertisement. This is us being like, hey, make sure you talk to your folks.
Sorry about that.
Sorry, David, we had a distraction back to the previous item. Any questions? Are we ready for a motion? All right, I see nodding head. Someone want to put a hand up? Hewitt, thank you. McFadden, discussion. All those in favor? Opposed, carried. Was that a question made?
Yes, it was. Got a little confused. Was this on the 911?
I'm sorry, 8.5.1?
Yeah,
Yes.
okay. I
Did you
did
have a question?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Did we ever get any clarification from the province or any of the involved agencies of how regarding the impact of the loss of landlines and the funding formula?
Through the chair, no, I spoke to FCM staff members and apprised them of the situation, but there's been no movement on that, unfortunately.
Thank you.
David, was there anything you wanted to add to that? I know that, I think you had mentioned it somewhere where I was chatting with you, that your colleagues are also aware of this?
Yes, they are. And through the chair, we are currently working with TELUS as well regarding the new NG 911 contract that we're to have with them. So in relation to this, there's a lot of moving parts. And as we've been meeting, all the stakeholders within the province have had several meetings with the province about challenges as you've brought forward. So they are out in the forefronts, and we're trying to address this as we can, because there's timelines from the CRTC related to all this as well, and includes landlines and other telephone communication methods. So yeah, lots going on right now behind the scenes, to answer your question.
Thank you, but you haven't had any updates on changes to the landline levy being applied to cell services, so we are not increasingly subsidizing that?
Through the chair, no, there's been no discussion or resolution on that yet.
Okay, well, we'll keep advocating, and thank you for doing so on your end.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And I'm sorry, I should have indicated what motion we were on. I got distracted over here, sorry. Did we vote on that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you did.
Yes, we can.
I was like, oh, I gotta go against the CAO here. And should we vote? All right, it was a yes. 8.5.2 Fire Service Agreement Area H.
Thank you, Chair. I'll move the recommendation that the board approve payment of $74,175 from Fire Protection Area H, New Denver Contract Service S140 as an extension of the Fire Protection Service Agreement to December 31st, 2024, and that staff be directed to continue negotiating a renewal of the contract for a 5-year term effective January 1st, 2025.
Second, thank you. Any discussion? Good luck. I hope it happens. It's been a long time.
So do I.
Yes. Director Fike, was there anything you're good with that? I know that involves New Denver.
No, I spoke to our former fire chief and mayor. No, we're good with it.
Okay, and are we gonna get to an agreement that might be longer than a year, hopefully?
We're hoping. He seemed, yes, that it's good for everybody.
Okay, great. Sorry to put you on the spot there. It's not you that's filling it out.
No, I spoke to him and it's fine.
Thank you, Director Fike. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And Area E.
That the board approved payment of $224,319 from Fire Protection Area E Nelson Contract Services S133 as an extension of the Fire Protection Service Agreement to December 31st, 2024, and that staff be directed to continue negotiating a renewal of the contract with an effective date of January 1st, 2025.
Thank you. Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Grants, we've added Area East Canyon Community Association Canada Day. Do you want to move that motion, Director Tierney?
Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, discretionary grants out of the funds available to the following electrical areas and municipalities be approved as designated.
Thank you. Second, discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Community development, anyone like to move that one? Thank you. Discussion? DeBoon?
Just have a question on, area B and C, Royal Canadian Legion branch, applications. I think we had elected in our, Crescent Valley Services to defer that until they give us more information rather than approve it at the board here. So I guess I'm asking the directors from those areas if they're ready to approve or if they wanted that more information.
Generally, if it's at this table and it's in the agenda, you're ready to approve. We're not figuring it out at this time. So if you're not ready to approve, why did it get here?
I'm not sure, but it is very clear that we're waiting for information to come back.
Okay.
I don't know how this,
So you read your agendas, you get them about 5 days before the meeting. It's always good to flag these things well in advance. So
and I'm a busy guy.
we all are, yeah.
Yeah.
So now we're going to amend it to remove area B and C grants to Royal Canadian Branch. Is that what you're doing, B and C?
Yes.
So make that motion to amend to remove.
Well, I thought that we received that information that we were looking for. Is that what is the issue? Sorry.
So at our Crescent Valley Services meeting, when they came to us, we had asked them to return, I think, to the next meeting with information on their financial plan, on what other grants they had applied for and received. Because we didn't have a comfortable feeling that they were actually managing their finances well enough for us to just give them another grant without giving us more information. And so that was sort of what was decided at the Crescent Valley Services meeting.
Okay, so what are we doing right now? Are we moving forward with these two grants, or do you want to remove them and revisit them in July?
Yeah, I'll withdraw the grant.
So you're moving a motion to amend, because the motion's already been moved, that you remove area B and C grants to Royal Canadian Legion. That's your amendment? Is there a second? You've moved it, you've seconded. Discussion on the amendment? All those in favor of the amendment? Anybody opposed? Thank you. So the motion as amended.
Thank you.
Thank you. So generally what you do is you'll get a, do you approve? And if you say yes, it's on the agenda. If you say no, it's not on the agenda. I get we're all really busy. It's a good kind of stuff to be clear of in advance and why you get to review things in advance. So you get to revisit that in July and just follow up with staff on it. Andrew, you good? Did you get that? Yeah, okay, sorry. No, that's all good. Did you have a question?
No, I'm just wondering if we did call a question on the main motion. As a-
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Chair and CEO reports. Mine's pretty short because I was in Ottawa, not for business. So where did I put that? Well, first I want to thank Director Jackman. He attended the IJC meeting. It was the day I was leaving, I believe. And so I know you attend them on a regular basis, but one thing I'd flag as chair, I should attend because there are changes to the International Joint Commission of the Kootenay Lake. So thank you for doing that. I mentioned the Central Kootenay Food Policy Council. I have reached out to Damon on some other aspects. And so I said I'd be happy to follow up because you seem quite confused over how we grant funding at times. So I'm going to sit down with him. And the only other note to let you know about is I have been getting more questions from the public about how we deal with code of conduct issues. And so I did provide a full, here's the code of conduct, here's the enforcement mechanism, this is what we do, and we'll be updating it. So that was on our agenda this month. So again, I generally don't focus on, I'm just gonna point to you because you know it's not you, the specifics are on anyone's issues. If there's something that comes up that's directly related to you, I will let you know on an individual basis. I don't repeat it at this table unless it's a consistent issue that needs to be addressed by the board. So that was predominantly what I did as chair. I believe there were I haven't seen any meeting requests on the hazard meetings. Okay, so I didn't miss any of those. Any questions for me? Okay, Stuart, your turn. All right, Let's take our morning break then. 10 minutes or afternoon. Thanks for letting me know what time it is.
I'm going to say.
Can we just do the rural affairs?
All right, we're back in session. We don't need Stuart, do we?
All the things about it.
All right, let's do it. It'll be so much quicker. He's such a chatter. We got Director Fike, we got Director Lund. We know Director David Off had to leave, so just checking we got everybody back. Okay. Rural Affairs Committee. Director Jackman.
Thank you, Chair. So as usual, we had the opportunity for applicants for various land use issues to appear as a delegation of the Rural Affairs Committee. We had one delegation yesterday pertaining to item 7.1. You'll notice if you read through the orders of jumped around, that's because that individual was held up by the severe traffic accident on Highway 3A West Arm. So that's why things are in different order. We have 6 recommendations and I'd like to block 4 of them as we get to them. However, starting off with item arising from agenda item 7.2, the first one on your list, it's all vote. Community Heritage Register, Berrigan Memorial Park, Electoral Area I. I move to board approve the inclusion of the memorial in the Heritage Registry as.
We had 3 seconds on there. I think we're good. Discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Go ahead.
I'd like to move 4 items as a block. They're arising from rural agenda items 9.1, 9.2, 9.3, and 9.4. So you will see them as the next 2 and the last 2 in this agenda package. They were all Community Works Fund applications. The first is Belfort Rec Commission in the amount of 17,000. Second is Kootenay Mountaineering Club in the amount of 50,000, split between 5 areas. The third one is Cascade District Chamber of Commerce in the amount of $30,000, split between 100J and 4 is for the sorry.
Yeah.
Title. Anyway, so it's CBC Backbone and Last Mile Fiber Project in the amount of just over $1.5 million, as noted. I referred to that earlier in my director's report. So those 4 is a block, Chair.
Second, thank you. Discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
The last one you'll see as the 4th item on the list, it's all vote as well, arising from RAC item 7.1. I move the board approve the issuance of a development variance permit, the 2404A, as described.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Thank you. Discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Chair, why did the meeting take 2.5 hours? 24/7.
You did all the work yesterday. So Director Graham, I know you're not moving your 10.1.3, but I believe your first 2 motions, the 2 out of your 3, could probably be moved as a block because they're both all vote, they're not bylaws, Ange, is that correct?
Well, there are 2 different items, but yeah, it should be fine.
Go ahead, if you're happy to move them as a block. You're just removing these from the work plan.
That's exactly what I'm doing. I think all of us as directors have a bit of a responsibility to look through our work plans, and if there are things on there that we think are like no longer needed, that we should be trying to get them off. So that's what I'm doing here. The first one with regards to the official community plan expansion was not met with, was before my time. It was not met with a lot of support. And I would rather see that as part of the OCP review. The fireworks feasibility study, We did have a problem in Area E a few years ago with the fireworks with one particular residence, and that has self-resolved because that resident has moved. So for these reasons, I'm asking that the board, take no further action for these two items so that we can give staff an opportunity to work on things that are important on the work plan.
Thank you. Thanks for doing that. Discussion. Director Main?
I just wanted to make a comment regarding the fireworks feasibility study that the Silverton Community Club voluntarily switched from fireworks to a laser light show.
Thank you.
So for Silverton July 1st days.
All those in favor? Opposed, carried. And your third motion, you're just not, you won't do anything with it. Yeah, no problem. So 10.2, Director Weatherhead, you have a motion. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I'll vote that the board directs staff to review the current operation of the Recreation Commission #4 and then the Customary AK Regional Services Commission and evaluate options for improving governance. The Customary AK shared services, including but not limited to establishing shared service committee.
Second, thank you, McLaren Co. Discussion. Jennifer?
So this is creating a services committee, like.
It's having a look at shared services, that the way that the governance piece has functioned in the past and then kind of fell off the wagon for a while and trying to get it back on track to something that's functioning better.
Thank you. So the only shared services committees that are active and I'll use the word functioning, but it doesn't mean you're not functioning. Castle and D and Creston A, B, and C. So that whole model of shared services was actually introduced quite a while ago. So in a custom care, like, let's check it out. So that's what they're doing. Further discussion? Good stuff. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Director Main. So I just wanted to clarify on this. Sorry, Cunningham, is it on this item? Okay, move it. Second. Thank you. Discussion. Now, I need to just verify something. Director Main is named in this motion. Can she speak to it?
To the chair, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I believe when both Director Hewitt and Director Main were putting forward motions on running for FCM Board of Directors, they both voted.
Okay, I thought so.
She couldn't move it, but
Yeah, okay, that's what I was probably doing. So just wanted to check in with Director Main. Do you want to speak to this before I entertain discussion?
I would like to speak to it. I was unfortunately for the first time in 10 years, not reelected to the board of directors of the FCM. But I was invited by the incoming president and first vice president and from senior staff members. I was highly urged to apply for committee assignments and to get my application in immediately. So that's what this is about. I really want to continue working on FCM in any capacity that I can.
Thank you. So Jackman and then Graham, McFadden, Hanegraaff. Jackman, go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to relay a tiny bit of history that Director Shadrach, we supported, was very timely at the time, more for the sustainability initiatives that FCM was moving into, and of course we sent it to, I think, Toronto in lieu of FCM one year for one of those conferences. Director Paul's had seemed like very specialized input to some of the committees in the day, and I thought it was valuable to support her contribution, and she didn't choose to push that any further. And of course, Director Hewitt, other than bringing forward our ideas, great learning opportunity as we supported her activity for a few years, I believe. So whether it's continuity that we're achieving by allowing Director Main to support to continue on some of the work she's doing, or learning experience for the next, I don't think this is a bad idea at all. I support the idea.
Thank you. Main, Jackman, Graham.
Yeah, through the chair, so I'm new to this and learning. So I'm just wondering here, it says that the board assume all costs associated with Leah Main attending FCM Board of Directors meetings. Like, how much does that cost and what service would it be paid from?
Through the chair, how much it costs depends on how many meetings. Most of the expenses are covered by the Small Communities Fund. So we do bill, I believe it's FCM through UBCM. So we bill for not only Director Hewitt's expenses, but then if this is approved, we would bill for expenses for Director Main. So it's primarily stipend, perhaps meal allowances might not be covered. I have to check with Christine because she runs those, but it would be through general administration.
Yeah, everyone, through the chair, everyone probably knows what I'm gonna say, 'cause I've said it multiple times when we've talked about this. I don't think it's worth paying to have 2 people there for our population size. I don't think it's a good use of taxpayer dollars. And so, I said that when it came up before. I think it also opens the possibility of what if, like, everyone in the area wants to be on FCM board and they're all part of the regional district, who covers those costs, especially if at some point, like, City Cascar wants to send someone for FCM board, or Nelson wants to send someone for FCM board, but then someone who's a smaller municipality can't afford it. Where does that equity fall? And so I think having one representative from this table for 60,000 people, BC caucus, we go there, they vote, they decide who they want their representatives to be, and they make that decision, and they made that decision. And they said Director Hewitt was that person. So just the process wise, I don't think it's pertinent for us to be spending that money on having 2 there, whether or not it's $5,000, $6,000 in a year, or whether or not it's, you know, $10,000 in a year. I think every dollar matters. And so I wouldn't support this.
Thank you. Dr. Hannah.
Me already?
You already.
I'm also opposed to motion. To be clear, it's no knock on Director Main, the work she does or would continue to do, but in my opinion, the BC caucus made the decision on who our representatives would be within the confines of what the FCM allows from BC. And I think to say we're sending one more than what that caucus voted for seems offside to me, along with the additional expense, which I think sending 2 from the RDCK would mean that would put us in line with the 3 largest cities, which also have 2 representatives. So it seems out of whack to me. Nothing to do with anyone in this room. My position would be the same regardless of who it was. I think 1 really is enough, and that we should respect the decision made by the BC caucus at FCM.
Thank you. Cunningham, Director Main, I think I'll come back to you at the end. Yes. Okay, Cunningham, go.
To be clear here, this is not a nomination to the board. This is a nomination for committee service. And the Director Hewitt at FCM, not on the board in the previous iteration. And we actually only have 1 board member. And I'd also like to mention that we have sent Director Hewitt with good faith for the last few years, because we understand that having people involved in the FCM structure means that we learn more from the feedback, but also FCM gains by what we tell them. And especially with regards to things with the rural and remote areas, you may have noticed that the power of rural and remote areas is growing. That's people under 50,000, so that's all of us. Talking back to when I was elected, our whole board went. And when our whole board stood up and cheered when I was running for 3rd vice, that was more than anybody else had heard. So I think that's why it was rather easy for me to get it, even with my limited knowledge of French.
Thank you. Director Popoff?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'm speaking in favor of this resolution, and Director May has been elected to the BC caucus in the past. She also chaired the BC caucus, so she has vast experience at FCM. I think to move a lot of our issues forward at FCM, she would be the political candidate, and I'm glad that Director Hewitt got elected to the BC caucus. So as Director Cunningham mentioned, this is a committee, not a representation of the BC caucus.
Thank you. Director Lockwood.
So I'm gonna go in a whole different direction here. I did speak against having 2 people when this came in front of us, and it does, and I think that we need to take this out of a personal perspective, because there's not a single one of us that is not replaceable at some point, and I appreciate, and I believe everybody has appreciated the work that Director Main has done up until now. But this does not offer any other rural areas to actually learn, because that's one thing that I learned at FCM this time, was that other places were like, we don't even know how to get onto a committee, because it's never talked about at our table, because there's never any seats available. And as we did have Director Hewitt, and there was two, and I spoke against it at that time. And it had nothing to do with Director Hewitt. It was about us sending one person representing our little area and hopefully all of rural. But we've got partners in the east and the west that don't even know how to get to a committee. So I think that with us, that we need to encourage people that speak at our same amount of people, but at a different table. We need to share the wealth and the experience, because as we go forward, we all will progress out of our seats. So I speak against.
Okay. Director Main on the close, go ahead.
Yeah, so,
Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
I'm sorry. Vandenberg had his hand up and no one noted it.
okay,
Well, I don't have really much more to add than what was already discussed, but I would say that if there is an opportunity and value in serving on a committee, that ought to be discussed a little bit more, and then put amongst those who may have an interest. One of the concerns that I spoke with Susan at that time is the communication the two-way. How does it work? How do you take input from us for out there? How do you share with it back, other than us sitting there listening to that group that day? And so I think there's an opportunity for better conversation and communication, but until we resolve what the value is of this position, truly, I can't support it, because there could be others that would make a very effective communicator.
Thank you. Well, I'll comment on that. I wasn't going to, but in terms of the communication piece, Director Main, as the director for a decade, provided monthly reports to us, and she also carried forward anything that was on our agenda that was related to federal regulation or legislation or advocacy pieces. She would know without us telling her. So she was an avid communicator back and forth. Director Cunningham, when he was the chair of FCM, and when we were all attending, was actually what implemented a large part of the community works funding. So this board has actually done a huge amount of work with FCM. Director Hewitt, as on a committee before she became the director, which is the new position for her, they've essentially flipped depending on what we do with this motion. Director Hewitt's operated very similar to Director Main when it comes to providing regular reports on what she's done. And she carries forward anything that's noted on our agenda that is relatable to the federal government. She takes to FCM and all of her committees. And so that's how they've operated. And I honestly would say that from my perspective, our voice at FCM has been louder and more progressive than, let's say, UBCM, because we don't have as much involvement at UBCM. And I see it. So just to say that I see phenomenal communication. The reports reflect it, and they'll often have conversations with people that indicate, hey, I heard you talk about this. I'd like to bring that forward to FCM, and they'll reach out. So that's how the communication piece has worked. Just to answer your question. Okay. Main on the close, do you need to go a second time?
Supplemental, if I may, please. I'm wondering if, with hearing everybody talk about it, that we, because this is not urgent, that we actually postpone it then or refer it, so it can be open to other people, because there is a possibility, is what I'm hearing, there is a possibility that if we were to look at having a second person, that there's somebody else either on this board, on another board, something that may want to entertain that. And right now, this is directed at just one person, so.
Well, it's from a timeline perspective, Director Main was directly solicited and invited to join the committees, and she has a timeline deadline. I don't think you can apply to the committees post a month or two after FCM. So there is a timeline associated with it. I'll go back to Director Main on the close.
yeah. Normally, there is a delay until the call for committee applicants goes out, and that call goes out to every local government in the country. So, but just talking to BC, every local government in BC would receive via the FCN newsletters a notice that the call for committee members is going out. I was specifically solicited to apply immediately. So the BC caucus is made up of directors who are elected and committee members who are appointed, and that appointment process is undertaken by the table officers and senior staff. Last year, even though we only had 8 elected officials on the BC caucus, our total caucus was 15 members. And that was unusual. The number of committee members may change from year to year. All voices are solicited, are heard, are listened to, and go into the final decisions made by FCN. Anybody can apply. Everybody is solicited. If not everybody is getting that specific invitation in their mailbox, it's because their staff may not be forwarding them, or they may not have signed up for those newsletters. I know we get newsletters from CM, from AKBLG, from FCN. A lot of people say, I don't just go to junk mail. But pay attention to it, because if you are interested in serving on a committee, that call will go out. Now, there was a comment made by, I don't recall who, that if we had 2 directors from this table sitting on the FCM caucus, we would have the same representation as the big 3 municipalities in the Lower Mainland, Burnaby, Surrey, and Vancouver. This is not about population. The majority of communities in this country, over 75% of communities in this country have populations not only under 50,000, but under 20,000. So this is an opportunity to represent more communities, to have that number of communities have a bigger voice. I would dearly love to continue serving on the FCN board in as a committee member. And it's important that our rural communities have more and more of a voice. So that's all I have to say.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, directors, all those in favor? Okay, we're gonna be shy about this. Director Lund? In favor, thank you. Director Main?
In favor.
Okay, I have to ask. She did thumbs up.
Yeah, she
Yep.
comes.
Lockwood?
Opposed.
Director Fike?
In favor.
Director Page is not here. McLaren Co.
Opposed.
Director Hewitt?
In favor.
DeBoon?
In favor.
McFadden?
Opposed.
Weatherhead?
In favor.
Hanegraaff?
Opposed.
Davidoff is also not here. Pawbaugh?
In favor.
Cunningham?
In favor.
Newell?
Favor.
Graham?
Opposed.
I'm in favor. Vandenberg?
Opposed.
Tierney?
In favor.
Jackman?
Favor.
Sorry?
In favor.
Thank you.
Well, this is-
10, 11, 12, that passes.
We have director.
Doesn't matter, vote's over. Thank you.
Sorry, that.
Yeah, 12 out of 17, or out of 18, sorry. All right, good timing. We're about to go on camera. McLaren Co.
I just have a question based on the information that's on the close there. So.
Are you gonna talk to something in the enclosed meeting? Because you should wait till we're closed.
No, sorry, after the close of the last, or the last.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
So what, is there a cutoff, like if we all wanted to join committees? Would we all?
You'd have to ask FCM, I don't know.
No, I mean, like the RDCK is 40 costs. for
We
all.
don't have a policy on it. There's a motion to develop a policy on it.
That's.
Okay, folks, we are going to move in camera. So if Observer, Valley Voice, the 604 number. Thank you very much. Thanks for being here. We have Trisha, Joe, and Sangeeta on the line. Do you want them to stay? Observer and the 604 number, we are going to say goodbye. Thanks for joining us today. Okay, bye.
Unless you think there's something I need to do here for.
I don't know. That'd be up to you. I'll take a motion to close the meeting to the public. Thank you. Second, discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Resolution to recess open meeting. Thank you. Second. All those in favor? Thank you. Okay, and I'm sorry, I